Hello friends, happy weekend one and all. What is up? Ski, I see Sinan, I saw some other people as well, Never in My Life, and Monstar, as well as everyone else who is here, examine, and hanging out. Just finished a Salmon Great video and practicing with it myself. Surprised to see that it could end on double Phoenix plus at least one trap even without Princess. Yeah, Salad has quite a few lines without Princess. I mean, I feel like that was pretty apparent during the Fusion and Link event, where Promethean Princess was banned and Salad was still like one of the best things you could bring. But yeah, so actually there's a couple of things we're going to be doing today. The main thing is deck building, because as you can see, all those decks I had yesterday, I was almost full up on 30. I went through and deleted every single one of them, because for those who might not know, this is generally my process as far as like deck building goes. I don't like swapping cards out. If I'm going to work on a deck, I just delete it and just build it again from scratch. I feel like that helps you get more concrete ratios, and on top of that, it avoids the Ship of Theseus problem, where you're just swapping stuff out so often that your deck just loses, like, coherence? Something like that. Words. But also, one thing I did after the stream yesterday is I went out of my way to do a bunch of tribute summons. That way, I could finally progress to the next level for the Master Duel proficiency, the final level. So, we'll go ahead and start off. What is the condition for this? Copina Duel, Banisher. Okay, that's actually not that bad. It's definitely easier than 5 tribute summons, which I had not done at all, so. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this test. Answer 8 out of 10. Wow, that's a lot. Question number 1. What is the name of this card? That's Crime. That's an easy one. Question number 2. In Dream Domination solo mode, in what kind of dream does the Dream Ruler appear in a demonic form? Bad dreams? Yeah, okay. That wasn't too hard. Question number 3. Use the effect of Epperly Plump to choose and banish Trap Tricks holding to those on the field until the end phase. What will happen to... Ooh. Choose the field and is then sent to the graveyard. It is sent to the graveyard. Remains banished, nothing happens. It's definitely not that. It doesn't go straight to the graveyard. Turns the field and remains there. Activate this card, return to a set, special summon. It probably just goes to the grave. Like, it wouldn't go, yeah, because it wouldn't go straight to the graveyard. It would go to the field first. Question number 4. Your opponent controls Mathemax Sigma, which is special summoned by its own effect. What will happen if you activate Terrors, the over-targeting Mathemax Sigma in Small World in the opponent's graveyard? Let's do it again. Your opponent controls the set, send that card in the field to the graveyard. If you do, set the other card to your opponent's field. Send that card in the field to the graveyard, and if you do, so Sigma will be banished and Small World is not set. Yes. Question number 5. The effect of the continuous trap card Imperial Iron Wall is applied to the field. Which following statement is true when you tribute Flaunderies and Rabina in England to tribute summon M-Pen? Woof. Okay, hang on. So it can definitely be tribute summoned. I saw that was one of the first things here. Banish it instead. 2 tributes can be tributed. This is the graveyard. The tributes are banished. Can't be tribute summoned. The tributes into the graveyard, right? Yeah. It's easy. Question number 6. Which of these cards banishes itself to activate its monster effect? That's Rabbit, right? Yep. I remember that one from playing Down a Rabbit. Question number 7. The only cards you control are Qixing Longyan and Qixia. The opponent activates evenly, and you change the effect of Qixing Longyan, which is a requirement. Assume that your opponent's life points has 8,000. How many cards remain on the field after the chain resolves? After the chain resolves, it would be 1, right? No, none? Oh, because I banished the evenly. Yeah, duh. I forgot that it does that. I thought it was just the burn. You control 3 cards and the opponent controls 2. The opponent activates their set evenly. After the chain resolves, how many cards remain on the field? Assume there are no... Wait, on the field. Okay, so you control 3. Your opponent controls 2. They flip a set evenly, which is one of the 3. So your opponent would have to send none, right? Because... it's 2. So after the chain resolves, there would be 4 cards left on the field. You would have your set 2, and your opponent would still have their set 2? No. Okay. Evenly math is hard. Okay, we have to get these next 2 right. You activate Terrifying Chapel Nightmare, targeted Mirror Jade. The Ice Blade Dragon, which is fusion summon, destroying and then banishing, which is the correct... What does this do? When special summon monster, target one monster Pokemon will destroy it, and then if you have a whole trap card, you can banish one card from your opponent's graveyard. Targeting and then banishing it. What is the correct resolution? Leaves the field because of an opponent's card. The effect activates again, it can be negated. Applies... before the card is banished, after the card is banished, then if you have, you banished. So it would be after the card is banished, right? Because it's all one effect? No. Oh, it can't be activated. Oh, jeez. Oh, no! The timer is, like, tripping me up. I need to, like, not let it do that. You use Small World, banishing Shari, and choosing Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from your deck. Which of these cards cannot be added to your... Oh, my God. I don't know any of these cards' stats off the top of my head. It's not Shari Red, because I think it has the same stats. I don't know, Uni? No. Oh, it is Shari Red that can be added. We only got 6 out of 10, so we're going to have to take that again. Yeah, let's try that again. That last one was hard. Like, I just don't know any of those cards' stats. 0 attack, same as Ash. Oh. What is the name of this card? That's Big Bang, right? Yeah, that's Big Bang. Question number 2. Okay, well, we know this one. It was the effect cannot be activated, right? But I want to see if I can figure out why that is. Okay, you activate Terrifying Trample Nightmare, targeting Mirror Jade, destroying, and then banishing it. What is the correct resolution of the effect of Mirror Jade that requires the card to leave the... Oh, because the last thing to happen wasn't it leaving the field. The last thing to happen was it getting banished from the graveyard. That's why it doesn't activate. That makes sense. Okay. Demonic Form, Bad Dreams. Banished itself, that's Rabbit, because it can be brought back with Leviair. That was like the whole point of Dino Rabbit format. Oh, it doesn't have... Okay, because yeah, that's right. The Shari Red has 0 attack, right? Oh, because I was comparing it to Shari, not Ash Blossom, but it's saying we Small World, reveal Shari, bridge Ash, and then, yeah, Shari Red. I actually didn't know Shari Red had 0 attack, to be fair, but... Did we get this one right? I'm trying to remember, because it was... They go to the graveyard. I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. There are 12 banished cards. 6 face up, 3 monsters, 3 spells. 6 face down, 3 monsters, 3 spells. Your opponent also has 12 banished cards. 2 are spells, center face down. Oh my god, okay. Number of banished monsters times 100. So, 0 from the opponent, 3, so it should be 300 attack. What is the name of this card? That's, Flashing Fire? That's Flashing Fire, right? Or is it Freezing Curses because the thing's all frozen? Oh, it's Freezing Curses, okay. What's the name of this card? Come on now. Come on now. Alright, we already got it. Let's see if we can get all 10 right. Oh yeah, we already knew this one. Sigma is banished and Small World is not set. There we go. Okay. Cool. So we only have this one more clear condition to go. Which, yeah, I mean, that'll be easy over time. It'll be easier again than the tribute summons, so... Alright, it's just been bugging me that we were at proficiency level 13 for so long. It was like last time with the ritual mission. I knew if I didn't go out of my way to tribute summon, I was never going to get it done. So fun fact, I actually... the deck I actually brought was Horus with Vanities and Majesty's Fiend. I just brought that to M1 for a few games. I was like, that's the quickest way I can think to tribute summon with stuff I own already. Time to play Bestial Runic. Well, we definitely need to do some deck building. That's for sure. Let's see. Flu is great for a bunch of the trials. I would have played Flu, but I don't have, which one don't I have? Hey, Snon with that tier 1 resub. Been subbing for 8 months now. Thank you so much for that resub. Super duper appreciated. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's Advent of Adventure. I never bothered getting this card, because by the time it came out, I was like, I don't really want to play Wanderers anymore. But if I owned this, I would have just used Flu. Anyway. Oh, what shall we build first? You know what? Just because I have it on the mind, I actually want to start with Vanquish Soul, because I specifically have some ideas, or I've been inspired by looking at some lists, is more accurate to say, on how to revamp particularly the extra deck. Also because, as I think Toad, somebody pointed out in the last stream, that Borger is level 7. I did not know this card was level 7. So, I think one of the main things I'm going to do, as far as like changing the extra deck, is I'm definitely slapping a Barone in here. Because not only do we have Fenrir, but if this is level 7, and we're already playing both Ash Blossom and Ghost Bell, like, you better believe we have a lot of opportunities to throw a random Omni onto the board. But the other thing, I guess, while I'm thinking about it, that I wanted to try out for the extra, or not, I didn't think of this, I actually saw a list that was doing this, but it had like a Zealantis OTK line in the extra, and I realized, like, yeah, I mean, you have a lot of fires, and it's actually not that hard to make Promethean Princess, like, in general, but also especially for Vanquish Soul. So I can definitely easily see that coming up. I'm trying to remember how many Xiaolong. We played 2, right? I'm pretty sure. Pantera, Madlove. I'll play Continue again, yeah. Rock. One of that. One of that. Both of those. Fire Emblem pre-promotion carry. You always deploy it. Yeah, I didn't realize that Borger was level 7. Alright, I'm pretty sure that's all the Vanquish Soul cards you play. That's definitely all the spell traps you play, and yeah, that looks right for monster counts. I've seen some builds on Pluton HG. So it's got the same summoning condition as Pantera. You reveal another fire to make it a big defense monster, and then you reveal Darken and Earth. I've seen builds on this every now and then. I remember there was one point this had like the highest win rate of any individual card. Continue though mid. You know, it doesn't come up a lot, but I like this more than Durandal. It's come up for me more than Durandal. Especially in grind games, I think my main motivation is just having something to search with Madlove. That's not just like removal, but is actually extension. And if we are going for a build that's got the Zealantis OTK, it is good to have a searchable extender. Not that we're like going out of our way to do that, but Continue would likely be helpful to align like that. Let's throw in some staples real quick here. We're definitely playing those. Where's Kurikara? Kind of thinking about playing Bestials. I'm gonna try these. Maybe we'll throw in like Magnum Hut. Jewswarm, see if we have room. I don't even know if it's worth playing Cross out in this deck, actually. Crow? Actually, Crow would definitely be better than... Well, okay, that actually... yeah, I think... Okay, so when pure Snake Eye was more of a thing, I think maybe Bestials were a little bit better. But with Fire King and also, like, just the meta in general, maybe it is just better to play Crow. Does the deck play Valor? No. You don't play Valor or Nib because they're light and they don't really do anything for stuff in hand. That's why I play like Kurikara and Ghost Spells. I could actually play a third Ghost Spell if I wanted to. Wouldn't be a horrible idea. Same vein of DD Crow. I think having a good balance... Oh yeah, Kashtira stuff too. I think having a good balance of attributes is just pretty good in general, because I don't know, it's easy to be like, oh, you need fire a lot, you need dark a lot, you need earth a lot, but the truth is you need all of them a lot, and I think having easy access to them, like dark is probably the attribute we have the least of now. Oh, and shifters, of course. Yep. Those are actually dark as well. So what does our attribute count look like? We have 1, 4, 5, 8, 10 fire monsters. 3, 6, 7, 8, 10 earth monsters. 2, 5, 7. So we definitely have the least amount of dark. So like maybe a DD Crow for our last card. For another dark monster. We could even like drop a ghost spell and put another DD Crow and go like 2 and 2. I think Bell is a better card than DD Crow. Sniping Promethean Princess, that is a very good point, yeah. Why still play Imperm and not Attribute Hand Trap? Because there's really only so many Attribute Hand Traps. Like, a lot of the really good ones are light, honestly. Or, like, you know, Droll is Wind. Imperm is, like, still a pretty solid card. Actually, how often is Imperm played in VS? Let me look at some figures here. Like, I have to imagine it's still right to play 3, but I could see us playing, like, triple tax instead, possibly. Let me refine for Diamond and Master. Vanquish Soul. Oh, Prosp. Actually, not that often. Prosp wouldn't be a bad card. Triple tax wouldn't be bad. We could potentially play those maybe instead of Imperms. Yeah, actually, why not? That sounds pretty good to me. What else does data say? Anything particularly? So many builds on Durandal, but I've never been a fan of it. I really haven't. I feel it's really at its best if you go second or open exactly Fenrir or Great South for Fenrir. Extrav's Desires? I wouldn't play Desires in this deck, I don't think. Extrav maybe, but I don't just see having room for it, honestly. I think I'd rather have triple tax and stuff like that. People will try. Oh, I don't have Rhoda in this deck. Hey, that's pretty important. I mean, that's better than Prosp. Maybe it is finally time to continue. I say finally, I actually just added it relatively recently. But do I think... I mean, yeah, Prosp is almost assuredly better than Continue. That's also keeping the triple tax. I could take out the triple tax and put in, like, Continue DD Crow or something. I really like triple tack, though. Feel good with TTT and just a brick hand. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been using Extrav or Desires, like, at all so far in Vanquish Soul. I don't really feel like we have a bricking issue. And again, Durandal is, like, so situational. I don't even... the whole time I played it, which was quite a while, I never resolved it a single time. No, I'm sorry. There was one time I remember opening Fenrir and Durandal, and I was like, oh, this is really good. But, like, I think Durandal was a lot better when Fenrir was at 2. Like, if Fenrir was at 2, then I would be, like, more in favor of playing it. But with only one copy, it's just like going a second card. I do like searching Continue with Mad Love, but, I mean, that is a kind of niche situation. It's like having something else to search in the grind game. Although, again, it would be good if I end up doing this OTK line. How often does the deck play Call By? Like, how badly does the deck need it? Not that often, actually. About as often as Imperm. In fact, Untapped says Continue is played more often than Call By, which is interesting. Actually, so is Extrav. Magnum Hunt more often than DD Crow. Magnum Hunt by itself is kind of weird, because Drew Swarm sees about the same. I guess I could just show what I'm looking at here. I'm looking at Untapped ratings. To be fair, it has low match volume, but that's also because I filtered for Diamond and Master rank decks only. Like, I'm not trying to look at Gold or, like, lower decks necessarily, but Yeah, Durandal at 80%. That seems a bit high to me. Oh, Hut searches Caesar. Right, because Caesar's a dragon. That's right, it does have another target. Okay, I was going to say, Hut without a target did seem a little bit weird, but... So yeah, like, what if I took out call buys? I just put in, like, these two or something? I mean, we don't have to build our deck to specifically fit, you know, everything that sees the most amount of play. But I do think a lot of the time that tends to make the most amount of sense. Like, if you're going into a deck blind and you've, like, never played it and you have, like, no idea what you're doing, then that's probably the best way to do it, but... Durandal on normal summon VS isn't bad. It's not bad, but it's not great. Because, like, you add Raisin, but then you don't get to... I mean, you can still special it with Rock on the next turn. But, I mean, isn't that, like, exactly Mad Love or Pantera at that point? Like, that's still kind of specific. But, I guess not terribly so. Let's see. I mean, with 3 Rock, I don't think Extrav is actually that bad. Send me Himon and Hong. Ah, this is actually kind of tough, though. I think I definitely want to take out Call Buys and put in Continue. I'm just trying to figure out what I want the last card to be. Like, it could be the Extrav, it could be the Magnum Hut, it could be another DD Crow. But I think either way we are going to do that, so let's do that. I want Continue back in. We are still kind of lower on dark attribute stuff than any other attribute. I think we have, what, 8? Right? 2 plus 5 plus 2, or sorry, 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 2 is 7, plus 1 is 8. And we have 10 and 10 of the others, so... Callblade is actually pretty good, though, in the meta for Princess and Kieran. Yeah, if you... I mean, at that point, it's kind of a going second card, which is the same issue as Durandal. I mean, of course, it's not solely a going second card. It does, of course, have negating hand traps going first. I guess Valor and Ash are pretty prominent, even if Maxi doesn't affect you that much. Well, I'm still in 3 Ghost Spell. What if I just took out a Ghost Spell and put the Call Buys back in? I think that's the best answer. Alright, I like that. Okay, and then the rest of the extra deck is pretty much just going to be generic stuff, right? Like, here, let me bring this back up. Oh, the Zodiac package we'll put in for sure. Dempsey. I still haven't made Dempsey, but it's like, why not, you know? Alright, so Zodiacs will play Chakanine and a Borbo. And then for generic stuff, or Zeus. I had Dweller in here, but it's like, doesn't really come up that often. We could play a Hita, because we have fire stuff. We could play Dark, because we have dark stuff. Those could both potentially go into this combo line. What else is there? SP... Oh, Baguska, of course. SP, Baguska, Nightmare Phoenix. Yeah, that all sounds pretty good to me. Badoom, badoom, and badoom. Can this deck make Chaos Angel? I don't think so. If this were a 6, like I thought it was, it could. It's actually better, I think, that it's 7, though. Oh, that's why people play a Rise Hard. I was like, what other level 7 do you use? It's Borger. That makes sense. Okay. I don't think I'm going to play it still. I think that's kind of situational, but... I mean, I guess to be fair, a lot of this extra deck stuff is. Zealantis, why? To OTK, potentially. Because, I mean, it's not that hard to go into Promethean Princess with this deck, especially if you have, like, Hita and Dark. So then it's basically like you would do in Snake Eye, right? Like, you Promethean Princess, bring back a Fire, of which we play many, make Raging Phoenix into Zealantis, you know, place their stuff back, Princess pop, You would have to have another fire, wouldn't you? It'd be a little situational. Actually, that's not that hard to do. Again, we have a lot of fires. And then Raging Phoenix comes back, and then you just OTK. Rock is not usable as a link material. That's one of the main reasons why it's situational, and it's like period, not even just a turn it's summoned. That's why it is a little situational, but at the same time, it's not hard to have like Raisin plus Borger in play, and then go for, again, either Hita or Dark, potentially. Again, I'm not saying this is going to be good, but like, I think it's worth testing. And like, the extra deck doesn't really matter that much for this deck anyway, so I think it's fine to put situational stuff in it. A lot of the other situational stuff we had before, like, again, King Dempsey and Underworld Goddess wasn't really coming up that often, or at all. Period. It actually wasn't coming up at all, period, so. Seen some lists on Diablo and Poplar. I've seen that too. I've seen full-blown Snake Eye Vanquish Soul, where like the idea is you either lead with Diabel and do a Snake Eye play, and then if that gets disrupted, you normal summon Raisin, or you normal summon Raisin, and then if that gets negated, you just send it for Diabel and then do Snake Eye stuff. Speaking of Snake Eye, okay, that's actually one I definitely want to work on, is pure Snake Eye. I want to figure out what the hell I'm actually putting in that deck, because I kind of don't know at this point. Doing this. I want to switch up the field. I want to go back to the gemstone. I haven't done that in a while. Three main cards. We'll do Rock, Raisin, Valius. Sure. Minus 90 UR for chicken game. I don't want to do that. I mean, that's probably right, but alright, let me see here. Alright, so for a pure Snake Eye deck, right, I think we definitely play 3 Poplar. I think you gotta play 2 Original Sin too, honestly. You definitely play Birch. Do we test Ubel at all? I might do that this stream. Like, I've been looking up Ubel lines. I think the thing that's most awkward is we don't have the broken rank 10 that's an Omni Negate. Alright, so yeah, I think we always play Birch, we always play 3 Poplar, we always play 2 Original Sin. This guy with snakes. I do have to remind you I use they, she pronouns. I do not like being called a guy, but I like snakes. Not only do I like Snake Eye, even if I think it's kind of boring, I think the pure version is like super worth exploring, because there's just like, I don't know, like what do you even do with this deck right now, right? Like 2 oaks? I don't think 2 oak is it. I really don't. I think you just keep 1 oak. Any other rank 10s worth making? Like Deus Machinex is probably the next most one worth making in Ubel, but like it's definitely a pretty far cry from an Omni Negate, you know? I mean, it's not like you have to end on an Omni Negate. You can still end on a solid board, but your board is noticeably weaker. That's why I kind of don't know if Ubel's even going to be tier 1 on release, because the end board is weaker in MD than it is in paper. But we'll see. I mean, if it's not tier 1, it's going to be tier 2, I think. Alright, so that's all like staple-y stuff, right? The funny thing is, even the few times I see people on pure Snake Eye, I don't even really see them playing the cash stuff anymore. And I was never that big a fan of the cash Jira stuff. You know what I did see? I've seen it multiple times, actually, but Lullaby of Obedience is actually pretty interesting. One thing in particular that I've seen people do with this card in pure Snake Eye is you activate this and call Ash Blossom, right? And your opponent, I mean, if they put it in your hand, cool, you have an Ash Blossom in your hand. But if they choose to summon it to your field, not only can you use it to help build your board, but by putting the Ash in your opponent's graveyard, you can basically guarantee that they'll have it to steal with Hita on turn 1 to make stuff. Another fun thing you can do with Lullaby of Obedience and Snake Eye is while you have Princess up, because you're Firelocked, you can Lullaby call Maxi, and because you're Firelocked, they can't summon it to your field, and they have to put it into your hand. I kind of want to try this card, actually. Super Dreadnoughts are ranked 10. Yeah, the one that's broken that's not out in MD yet is called Veridus, I think. And it's like 2 or more 10s. You can detach to Omni-Negate, and then detach another one to destroy a card on the field. I don't even think it has to be the card you negated. And then it's got some effect if it's destroyed by battle. It like comes back if it sells a material or something like that. Lullaby with Salad of Fire. Oh yeah, because it fire locks you as well. Yeah, so this is kind of on my radar of stuff to potentially try in this deck. Again, I saw a game where somebody summoned somebody called Ash Blossom with this. It got summoned to their field and they just like totally comboed off of it. Oh, because the other thing you can do with Lullaby Call Ash Blossom is if you have Diabell Star and you Lullaby Call Ash Blossom, you can like just make a Baron de Fleur and just add an Omni. It just seemed pretty neat. I don't know. I want to try it. So we definitely play those. Oh, 3 of those. Bonfire. I have those. My full royal playset post ban list. Also not once per turn. Oh, is Lullaby not once per turn? Oh my god, it's not. So if I were to play like 2 of them, for example, and open both of them, I could activate the first one, call Ash Blossom, use it to combo, go until you go into Promethean Princess, then you activate the second Lullaby and call Maxi, and then it gets added to your... That's so cool. I think that's pretty cool. I want to try it for sure. We always play 1 for 1 in this deck, that's for sure. And we could try Prosperity to help boost consistency. I was trying to figure out if there was any other consistency boosting cards. Excuse me. Minus 6k and have 3 Ash Blossoms on your field. So for extra deck, yeah, I wouldn't go into Jet Synchron. I think that was like the less optimal way to play Pure before the limits, and now I think after that that's especially true. I don't think it's bad still, but I don't think it's optimal. So I said I was playing Baron, but that's probably going to be the only synchro I end up playing. Let's put in some Link monsters. And then, which one am I forgetting? Simply go back to here. The one thing I kind of don't like that Untapped does is that they combine Pure and Fire King Snake Eye stats into just Snake Eye. So I could play a Sunlight Wolf. I could play a second Promethean Princess. I could play I don't really want to play Heat Soul. I might just play a second Promethean Princess for now. Access code. We could do access code. I just find that the access code line doesn't really come up that much. Like, I actually threw in Celine to help make turn 1 Appaloosa more than anything else. Maybe we could just try and see if it comes up. You know, we have the room. But, I don't know. In Fire King Snake Eye, I have had second Promethean Princess come up a number of times. Not just when I get Nightmare Unicorn, but in grind games as well. The thing about access code, I don't think it's bad in Snake Eye. I just find that a lot of the time you can go for an access code OTK, you can probably just do a Zealantis OTK anyway. Wolf is definitely much more relevant than Fire King. I know I said Sunlight Wolf when I was listing possible options, but in pure Snake Eye, I don't think Sunlight Wolf is good. In Fire King, it's good to add back Kieran. That's worth it, but I don't know. I think it's as worth it in pure. Same with Heat Soul. I don't know. I kind of don't like Heat Soul in either build. But actually, Heat Soul is probably better in pure than Fire King. Oops. Thank you for the follow, Professor Zoom. I might actually, I really want to test this deck. I might actually go out and do that now, and then we'll come back and do a little more deck building. Because I'm really eager to try this Lullaby of Obedience and see how good it is. Although we are in Master 1, so I don't know. People might just concede because we're on Snake stuff, but we'll see. I mean, how can I not, right? Pure Snake Eye, yeah. The deck does feel a little like, I don't know. I don't want to call it dead, because that's definitely an over-exaggeration, but it does kind of seem to be like, what is the reason to play Pure Snakes over Fire King? And in Master Duel, where Ash and Wanted are one, there's not that much of an answer, really. But I think in a format where Ash and Wanted are at any number above 1, Pure Snake is probably like at least a little better than Fire King. I mean, you look at TCG format where Ash and Wanted are still at 3, and it's Pure Snake Eye that's the, you know, I mean, people often lump the two in together, but I do think it is kind of important to make distinctions. Like, if you look at the TCG, it's Pure Snake Eye that's, like, vastly dominating. There are, like, a few Fire King Snake Eyes in there, too, but it's pretty much entirely pure. And again, I think that is because Ash and Wanted are at 3. It's funny, by banning Borreload and Baron, I think that was not only not a blow to Snake Eye, really at all, but it actually forced TCG players to optimize their list. Because again, I do think that the all-link extra deck is probably better than the Synchro extra deck. Just makes Pure Snake somewhat inconsistent. Not even. Pure Ash also takes away their guaranteed follow-up play. And that is like what makes Snake Eye so powerful, especially in long games, is that they can always Ash search Ash. Even if they didn't get Original Sin into the graveyard, if Ash is at more than 1, they can Snake Eye Ash to search another one and guarantee that full combo next turn when they bring it back on your turn with Flamberge. But with Ash at 1, that's not the case anymore. Oh, it's this deck. Okay. It's the Synchron. Wait, is it? It's only 40 cards. It might be a variant of that Synchron Snake Eye build, but I mean, it does also reduce consistency. But the other thing one Ash does is, like, even if you do have Original Sin, then you can use Original Sin to put Ash back into the deck if you want to, but you can't search it with the same Original Sin effect. And your ability to recycle banished Original Sins back into the deck is greatly reduced by Wanted being at 1. In fact, you can only do it 1 time. So, yeah, and I think that's why, you know, it's not just new deck hype that caused everyone to jump to Fire King Snake Eye and Master Duel. It's the fact that Snake Eye by itself just does not have follow-up anymore. Like, it doesn't have that guaranteed follow-up, at least, so. Which is why I think that's what makes it, I think that is what set it apart from being, like, I think Pure Snake Eye right now is a tier 2 deck, honestly, in terms of power level. Like, I think it's notably weaker than, not just Fire King version, but, like, every other tier 1 deck, and probably a few other tier 2 decks at least, but I saw someone say, like, oh, we're about to get decked out here. I'm kind of hoping that's not the case, but I could potentially see it being. We do have Veilers and Imperms and Nib to find, so we should scoop this up out of boredom. You say that, but I'm actually kind of interested in Synchron decks, so I want to see this, I want to see what they do. I've actually thought about crafting Junk Speeder and a couple of other UR Synchros for a little while now, but, because, like, I have a full playset of Rev and Assault Synchrons, and Tunings, I have everything else needed to play Synchrons, so I've got my eye on this deck. I feel like our opponent's looking at a combo guide right now, though, because they keep doing these pauses where they're like, alright, I do this, and now I have these out, and now what do I do? Not that I blame them. I've done literally this exact same thing many times before, but just the pacing, I feel like they're just looking at a combo guide. Alright, going for the Excel Stardust. Pulled a Royal Junk Speeder, but it was the shitty one? Are there two different, like, Junk Speeders? Or by the shitty one, do you mean like you pulled it from an anniversary thing? I actually don't know if Junk Speeder was one of the anniversary cards, but I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. Would pure Rescue Ace be better than pure Snake Eye and MD? From the Legacy pack. Oh, I see. I guess it depends what you mean by pure Rescue Ace. Like, if you mean without Poplar and Diabell, because like I kind of consider pure Rescue Ace to still play Poplar and Diabell, but if you mean without that engine, I don't know. They're probably about on par, but Rescue Ace with Poplar and Diabell is definitely better. I think it's definitely better than pure Snake Eyes right now. Oh, was Junk Warrior? Okay. What is this person doing? I might actually concede out of boredom here. Are they... Oh, they made Excel... I think it's because they made Excel without anything to bring back, and they're trying to figure out how they screwed up. Okay, they activated the card. It's Stardust Illumination. Going for the trail. Special summons card from hand or graveyard. Special summons token. Okay. Normal summon a thing. Yep. I'm about to summon a level 18 Synchro monster, clearly. I was wondering why they didn't bring out Assault Synchron. So they had it in hand, and they brought out Wheel. That makes sense. Horse Tier Manadium. Hell yeah. What else do I want to build today? Oh, we should... I don't know. See, that's the thing with this ban list. Like, this ban list doesn't really provide any fun deck building opportunities. Like, I don't know. The only card that really came back is Zeus, and it's like, oh, I could build Zodiac, and it's like, just got one more Zeus. What? Yeah, Pearly and Rescue Ace, we could throw those together for sure. Oh, Gate Guardian! Yeah, I meant to do some more research on that. Well, I don't know how much research there even is to do. Maybe we'll just throw in Horus cards and see how it goes. I have triple tax, so no, I'm not going to activate this draw phase. I'll start with Wanted. I mean, I guess they were under Maxi. Maybe that's why they didn't summon anymore, but... Let's see. God, so many options. Maybe I should Prosper first? For what, 3? I don't think I'll need Nightmare Phoenix. I don't think I'll need Dark. And... I have Amber Whale in here. I don't need to be playing Amber Whale. Let me just get rid of that. Okay. What did I say? Amber Whale, Nightmare Phoenix, and Dark. Alright, well that wasn't... Wait, this will special itself, right? Yeah. Okay, that was actually not bad. Is Stardust on SS or Synchro Summon? I don't know what you mean by that. It was Synchro Summoned and put into the EMZ that way during my opponent's last turn. But it didn't bring anything back. Yeah, so we'll set one of these. Or add. That's right, it's not Diabell. I should probably just force this already, right? Infernoble Makonko pile. I don't have Makonko stuff. No one should ever play Makonko. I don't feel that strongly about it. I think Makonko's a fine deck. I just don't have the stuff for it. That actually kind of scared me for a sec. I forgot I had Ash Blossom in hand, but we're all good. It's actually a war crime in my country. Play Makonko, funnily enough, straight to jail. Gen and Ken. Remember when those were going to be the most broken cards ever? Remember when we were going to, like, enter a format where... Whatever happened to that? Like, nothing came of that. Those cards were announced, everyone was like, oh, what the fuck? And then they literally saw 0 play. What is this card? Oh, it's a level 11 Trishula. Neat. I want to run this back. Try out this, see if we can try this little Live Obedience. Did they win YCS? I have no idea. I don't really follow... I don't follow YCS as much as I should. I usually just look at the top cuts after the tournament. I don't know. I don't really like watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. I think it's kind of boring, which is weird considering how much I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, well, this is just like... Yeah, sure, sometimes you can just open Snake Eye Ash, but... Thought they were already in the game. Not in Master Duel, right? There's no way they're in Master Duel. I feel like I would know that. Sometimes I'll watch tournament streams, like, as they're happening, like, if it's, sometimes I'll watch, like, yeah, Master Duel community tournaments, but even that's usually more of a background thing. Or, like, you know, if Maple or someone, or, like, Hasher or someone I know is hosting a tournament, then, yeah, of course I'll tune in to support. I find most of the time that's when I watch tournament stuff is to support, to watch friends who are playing or hosting. Yeah, I'm just adding this here. Yeah, I don't even think it's OCG yet, is it? We're gonna place Oak here. I almost forgot how to do pure Snake Eye lines. I've been playing so much Fire King. I mean, I have Diabell in hand. Would that have changed anything that I did here? Maybe. I kind of just like saving Diabell for follow-up too in a situation like this. Speaking of a situation like this, let's see. So that was Ash Blossom, right? So I could link off for Link Karibo, send... Oh, wait. Oh, no, I didn't use Wanted. Never mind. All right. So I need to... Oh, but here's the thing, right? I think I just send Temple to Special Diabell. I could set OSS, and then I could make, like, Hita and take Ash Blossom. I could still go into IP. Yeah, I think that's how we do it here. Defense mode. No worries, hope you're doing well. Alright, Diabell, gonna set Original Sin. And then I can... Yeah, check this out. I can Hita. No Link Karibo first, I need the fire. I need the fire attribute. Poplar F. I'll just place itself, that's fine. Right, give me your Ash. Oh, but I can't get into Flamber. Oh yeah, I can get into Flamber, what am I saying? Wait, okay, so if I... Okay, here's what I'm thinking, right? What if I OSS, send the Poplar, summon, probably just have to be another, or I guess it could be Birch. Summon Birch from deck. And then I could make... Yeah, okay, let's keep doing this. This is the last name. Well, because I was just going to go into IP and then into Promethean Princess, but if I go into, like, Promethean Princess and then bring back... Yeah, we're going to do it that way. Then I can bring back Asher Oak and then sack it off with Birch. Oh, it has to be Oak because Ash already used that effect. Oh shit, Oak never used its effect. Oh, that's right. I forgot about. Oh yeah, that makes this way easier then. All right. So now we go F. Oh, maybe I should have sacked off. No, it's fine. I was gonna say maybe I should have sacked off Princess, but I actually think I should have. No, it's fine. I'm trying to figure out how to make IP still. I would have to go like Raging Phoenix. But then see, the problem is now I can't get back Flamberge to put it in the spell trap if I do it that way. Yeah, I just go Amble Whale here. No, I'll definitely go Raging Phoenix. I'll put Oak in my spell trap and then just pull it out during the draw phase and just put some more bodies on my board. Yeah, it's too bad I couldn't get to IP here. I think... I don't know. I don't know if there... I'm trying to think if there was a way to get to it or not. Not without not being able to get Flamberge up to is the thing. How many Poplars do I have left in my deck? 2, right? Don't worry, Maxi will carry you. I mean, yeah, our position is still really good here. Oh, they have an Ash Blossom. I wonder if they'll use it. I'll summon this to search here. I think that's fine. And also, again, just having their body on the board. There it is. Wait, why the Poplar? Huh? You could have just ashed the Ash, and then I wouldn't have the body or the Poplar search. I don't feel like I need the Princess just yet. So if I Princess and pop these two, I won't even have room to summon Raging Phoenix back. Oh no, Raging Phoenix would summon back with a later effect, right? This is fine. Unicorn by itself doesn't present a threat. Altergeist and Live Twin. I mean, Live Twin Sprite's doing pretty well as far as like stats go, and hopefully more Sprite cards will be unhit. They had a birth, right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess I do have a little experience with Altergeist, not with the new support though, but I don't think it's a very good deck. It's not horrible, but it's on the lower end of Rogue. Oh, maybe I should have. Maybe I should have used Promethean Princess earlier. So they have Necro Valley, Birth, and one unknown card. That's still not really that scary, honestly. Oh, that's a little more scary. It can activate, but it'll get negated, right? Yeah. I want it to be good, but it's not. Yeah, I mean, Altergeist's new Link 4 was... It's good. It just doesn't really solve any of Altergeist's issues. Which is usually mostly just like having things to do. that deck just doesn't really have very many things to do, sadly. On like turn 1 especially. It's it's specific to card combos. Yeah, I mean, as time goes on, that becomes an issue with more and more decks, I find. Is that relying on 2-card combos is just not, like, feasible anymore. As feasible. God, I really should have used that Promethean Princess. I was just like, I was just so sure they were going to either drop another Kashtira monster or, like, I don't really care how to game this. Or just, like, summon a Snake Eye Ash or something. You need, like, exactly Meliusik and Pukiri. I think I find a lot of the time... Well, because when I think of decks that rely on 2-card combos, I think a lot about, like, Sprite in particular. And one of the things that kind of sucks about Sprite as a deck that relies on 2-card combos is that, like, it makes it so you... Aside from exactly Starter, you don't really have any good top decks. But that's also a bit of a niche issue, to be fair. Just put one of the Poplars in the spell trap. Oh, right, Necro Valley. I mean, we're actually still not in the worst spot in the world. Okay, they're gonna make a Rise Heart here. Probably get rid of our Flamberge. We can still get rid of... Oh, wow, it's a royal one, too. But we can still get rid of this. Also, love that I banished my Nightmare Phoenix earlier. Does the pop still... No, I'm pretty sure just the whole effect is negated, right? Because it's negate any card effect that would move... Like, it doesn't... Like, no card will only negate part of an effect. Well, okay. Yu-Gi-Oh's for full weird corner cases. This negates the whole effect. It's like Ash Blossom, where like if even part of the effect includes one of these things, it negates the whole thing. The same with Necro Valley. I'm pretty sure I would not be able to pop cards because it's all part of the same. All part of the same effect. But yeah, this is we pretty easily just subversion this. The thing that kind of sucks though is that they're going to be able to revive off Birth. Is there a way I can get rid of that? What do I have for bonfire targets? Just Poplar? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, look how we just have, like, nothing left to do anymore. Oh, Necro Valley. They can't revive. Right, because they'll go to the graveyard. Nothing's getting banished, so... Let me think if there's a reason why I would want to... I guess there's kind of a reason not to, like, bonfire for Poplar here. I think it's a banish stuff with Birth, but... what does banish or in the graveyard? Oh, they do have a couple of banished ones. Alright, well, we can maxi, get some draws, or a draw. Oh, right. The Fenrir will get the banish if I activate Poplar. So we definitely don't activate the effect of special here. We battle first, and then we can normal. Oh, it is gonna banish off Maxi. Yeah. That was dumb of me. Well, that was a bit of a throw, wasn't it? Although, to be fair, like, they would have still revived the Ogre anyway. Like, I still wouldn't have been in a great spot. I'll just concede here. That was a bit of a throw. But, again, were we going to really be able to get around Ogre? Like, we would have battled over Fenrir. Prep would have brought back Ogre. Ogre could have crashed. I guess it kind of depends on their top deck at that point. But we also don't really have that much left to do. But it was a misplay on my part. Alright, what do we got here? SP Necro Valley? Yeah, well, like, I'm trying to think what did I have left in my hand? It was like Ash Imperm, the Bonfire for Poplar. We still have the original Sin off the Poplar. Didn't have Oak left in my deck, though, is the problem. Didn't have any Flambridges left in my deck. One was banished, the other was in my hand. Do I maxi? I'll just maxi now. I have stuff in my hand already. Nothing but UA for the Olympics. Phoenix works there. Funnily enough, I actually banished Phoenix off of Prosperity earlier that game. Which I was definitely like, ugh, kicking myself for a little bit. That would have been the easy solution. Yeah, this hand's not bad. We opened Original Sin as well. I think we can lead with normal summon Poplar here. I'll just grab Temple. You know, the funny thing is that I actually... The reason I always play in the left is because of Ignister. Because I don't think... No, that's not true. I think playing in the right screws over Tri-Sprite. But once in a blue moon, you'll see the Ignister deck. Let's see. Should we summon Diabell or go for Original Sin? I think that we should... it's kind of debatable, actually. I will go for Original Sin. I legit have to rethink my combo when I... It throws me off, too. If I ever end up in the right EMZ, I feel like something's not right, even though it doesn't matter, you know? Most of the time. Tri-Sprite needs the left, too. Is it? I thought it was the right. Okay. If they also need the left, then it's definitely worth it to always play in the left. So we haven't used the add effect of Poplar, but we could also just special Birch, too. Something is right, it's you! That's good. Alright, I think I will activate Temple here and put Oak in the spell trap, and then sack that off with Ash. What's your most hated meta? I never hear you complain about meta cards. Ninja doesn't count. Well, I do hate playing against Ninja. What is my most hated meta? That's a good question. Okay. You know what? That weird meta right before tier limit where it was like a month of Ishizu cards being legal, but without tier limit stuff. So like, the best thing to do was that 60 card pile with Necroface and Snow. That was a weird month. I did not like that month at all. I was not a fan. Good talk. To the opponent there. Yeah, that's the first answer that comes to mind for me. That was a really weird time to be playing competitively. I really wish we would have gotten tier limit cards without Ishizu stuff, honestly. It would have been nice to experience that. Like, even if Tier didn't come in at full power, like, even if it came with the pre-hits, it would have been nice to just, yeah, play it without the Ishizus. Drytron? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that was definitely the worst meta, I think. Mostly because of the coin flip glitch, right? But... They have, what, Imseti in here? Yeah, I'll chain Maxi now. Personally, I hated Sprite. I know Hex will disagree. We're actually just talking about metas, and, like, the meta tier list video I made, like, a year ago. I should make another one at some point. And the one I had as my favorite meta, and I think this probably still holds true, is the meta when Mathmech Circular very first came out. So tier 1 was, like, Mathmech, Sword Soul, Branded. Sky Striker was really strong because Linkage came out in that set too. So it was like tier 2, maybe tier 3, depending on, you know, what you think. But I think that was a really good meta game. Like, none of the meta decks, like, felt super oppressive. Okay, so going for Zombie Vamp. I'll just Veiler that. Flu and Barrier Statue. That was pretty annoying, yeah. A lot of people say Halcdon is their least favorite meta, and I get it, but that was up there for me. That was one of my favorites. I love that deck. Adventure Tenyi. Oh, so much fun. Unironically, just absolutely loved that deck. Normally I would wait for Kikalos, but they only have one other card in hand. Fuck it, I'll just do it now. Hated when a Rise Heart first came out. Deck was hella inconsistent, but there was a lot of people playing it. It's funny, like, I was actually thinking about this the other day. Even upon release, like, I don't know if Pure Cash has, like, ever been a tier 1 deck in Master Duel. The only time I think it would have been close is, again, on... Wow, that's a good draw. Was on release, but... I remember, like, because I remember being, like, everyone else being like, oh yeah, Cash is about to drop, and it's gonna be broken. And then I started doing test hands in, like, Edo Pro, right? With 1 Raitsoth, 2 Fenrir, and no Terraforming. And I was like, and 1 Prosp, and I was like, I just can't get to turn 1 plays. I was like, I don't know what people are talking about. This deck sucks. Well, not sucks, but you know what I mean. That's an over-exaggeration for sure. And then we'll go for Ash for Birch, I guess, because we've already used the other effects of Poplar, so... If I play Birch, I usually just end up going for that instead of Poplar in a situation like this. Would almost argue it was stronger before Mind Hacker got banned and a Rise Heart got released. I feel like it didn't really see that much play at that point. I think this... I don't think that's true. It is close, though. I don't know, but I feel like... See, that's a kind of an interesting thing, right? Because at that point, I feel like Cash was like a rogue deck before a Rise Heart came out. But I wonder if it was like Rescue Ace. Because I feel like Rescue Ace was kind of underplayed before Emergency came out. And I think the same is definitely true of Pearly. Like... I think Pearly was probably at least a little underplayed, mostly because people were just anticipating, like, oh, why would I play this deck now? I know another really good piece of support's going to come out. I'll just wait until then. So yeah, I feel like Cash might have been a little underexplored before those cards came out. That's a pretty uniquely Master Duel thing, right? Because obviously in the TCG, OCG, people don't know that far in advance necessarily that there's going to be future support. So they'll try the deck out anyway, right? But, oh my god, that's... Ugh. Both Flamberges. Alright, I have an idea. It might even be a good one. What if I Lullaby of Obedience and just call Snake Eye Ash? What if I just count on it being in my opponent's deck? If we weren't at Master 1, I think that would be not a bad idea, but I'm just gonna say fuck it. Because I think that's about the only thing that's gonna get me plays on this turn. You're right, I should have called Poplar. You're 100% correct. I absolutely should have called Poplar. That was absolutely the call, because it's in more decks and it would get me turn 1 plays anyway. Yep. Also, no, it's not in there. Okay. Why did you activate this then? Alright, well. I guess we'll just do this then. M1 is fake. Yeah, really though. That's good, James. Not at all hiding my Maxi here. Not even trying. Extrav. Okay, this deck was definitely never going to have Snake Eye Ash in it. I don't even know if this is a deck I'll end up needing Maxi against. Why? Why do people play this shit in Master 1? Have your opponent's life points, okay. But it's like... Alright, let's, Oh, Extrav! You fool! You Extraved, and now you can't you can't do stuff. Just threw away 2 Maxi. Wait, what does this do again? Does it bounce my whole field? No, it just burns me, okay. Like I was gonna say, I know one of them bounces stuff. Actually, let's do this. No, not off. I wanted to do that. Have life points set 5 win? Possibly. Like they might just set a bunch of burn stuff. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is true that the only prerequisite to getting into Master 1 is a win rate that's literally any number above 50% and enough time. Now, obviously, the closer you are to 50%, the more time it's going to take, but... So this can't be destroyed by card effects too, right? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. Alright, I guess we'll just start with this. You can have a win rate. Yeah, I guess if you lose at the, like... Because you can't rank down from any given rank, right? Like, if you're in Diamond 5. So if you lose a lot in Diamond 5, but then eventually get out of it, then yeah, you could have a net under 50% win rate. True, true. My face with 49.99% win rate. I don't like these back rows. I don't like the idea of playing into them. Both Flamberge in hand is a little awkward too, but I could always still just summon it off of Ash's effect. I could also OS... yeah, we'll just, I guess, do that. Tribute summon Flamberge. Alright, you go here, please. Oh, Oak into Phoenix, pitch Burge. Yeah, that would have been good. I mean, we could still do that, right? Like I said, in Oak, but... It could be a dailies deck. That's true. That is true. We could get Oak into the rotation, but... I kind of just want to see what one of these back rows is. I'm not really taking this game very seriously. I mean, I'm in Master 1. I'm not really taking any of these games, like, super seriously. I think I'm at my most focused when I have Lullaby of Obedience, because I want to see... how good it is. What order did they set these in? That actually matters. Middle, left, right... Okay, so wait, it was middle, then boom, boom, boom. Alright, I want this one then. I always go after the one they set second. Because when I would play Stun, when I used to play the TCG, because I did play Stun when I used to play the TCG, often in formats when I couldn't afford another deck. Oh, I get some other Time War, that's funny. I would always make sure I did not set my most important back row as the first or last one, because I felt like that was too obvious, whatever that means. I know there's no actual basis in that, but... So I always go for the second one, because I always just assume people think the same way I do. Yeah, this has to be dailies. There's no way this is anything else. Also, I just have lethal on board, right? Have I normaled? No. Oh yeah, I'd rather. What if I just do this real quick? Alright, that's fine. I'll give you your effect damage mission. Oh yeah, no, like Zealand, sure, of course. If I'd actually, again, if I was taking it seriously, then yes, I would not have just entered battle phase there. But I was just like, what do they have? Extra 1K? Was there? I was at 3K, right? Oh, there was an extra 1K. Oh, that was from Lullaby, because I paid down to 6, then got halved down to 3, and then 3. Yeah, that's what it was. This is actually another hand with Lullaby. That's cool. Oh, this hand's actually kind of cool. All right. I'm gonna start with this. So I might I'm thinking about using 1/4 to pitch Flamberge potentially. Yeah, the half was to 3, not to 4. Okay, I'm very glad I didn't lead 1/1. That's the main reason why I didn't want to. I'll just place Ash. Yeah, I could 1/1 for Oak potentially. Well, but then I would. You know what? I think I'll place Ash anyway. I think 1/1ing Pitch Flamberge for Oak could potentially come up here. Also, what are they maxing in response to? Me activating Poplar's effect? Why'd they do that? Okay, some kind of Horus. Oh! I see! Oh, Horus Nature is another deck I kind of want to play. M1 yellow. Yeah, I mean, probably just people like me not really trying that hard. Excuse me. That's kind of another reason why I don't like getting into Master 1. Is like, it's not just other people not trying, but I definitely feel that lack of incentive as well. Master 1 is not real. It's very much not real. It's funny how not D-ranking is supposed to be your reward for climbing to the top, but in some ways it kind of ends up being almost a punishment. The True Sun God. Game locks content after you hit M1. Agreed. Yeah, I'll send on defense mode. A few other streamers just ranked themselves down from 1-1 away. Honestly, I feel like the main reason I don't do that is gems. Like, because I want those 200 gems, which, I don't know. I'm almost kind of thinking it would have been more worth it to just take the L. Like, I've had that thought before about, like, intentionally ranking down. And again, gems is usually the reason why I don't, but... taking them forever to add that blue. Oh yeah, that's right. The champion rank or whatever that was data leaked or data mined. God, probably over a year ago at this point. And definitely over a year ago at this point. Wish you could rookie 2 back to M1 every season. That'd be kind of fun. It wouldn't even really be that much of a grind. Like, like I from doing the hero account, I remember just how quickly it is, how quickly rather you rank up out of rookie into like even plat. Like, doesn't take that long. Okay, gonna activate. Am I even gonna imperm if they activate this? Destroy all their monsters, right? I don't think I would. if they destroy all their monsters on the field, I don't think I'm imperming, because they already used these, obviously, and then they already used these. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, can't be destroyed by cards that don't target. I forgot about that. Oh, that is cool. Wait, that's a much better interaction than I thought it was. That's why everybody kept telling me to put this in Horus decks. Yeah, no, now they got it. Neat. Good for them. Sweating to M1 every season is so... I actually... oh, no. Oh, no. Wait a second. Wait a second. All right. You got Sparks? You holding Sparks as your last card? No! Oh! Listen, some people in this world just know what they want. Some people don't want to win games. Some people just want to attack with Winged Dragon of Ra. And I respect that. I kind of think they knew what they were doing. Maybe they did know what they were doing. Maybe they, like, didn't read Ra and just assumed it had, like, the anime effects. Like, oh yes, this has combined attack of what I attribute summon when I summon it, right? They knew they just wanted to attack with Ra. Yeah, I consider that a W in my opponent's book. Don't they have a kill animation? Do they got cards? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I know Dark Magician Girl, Blue Eyes, and I think Red Eyes have kill animations. Obelisk does? That's cool, I didn't know that. About Sacred Beast Sprite, do you actually include any of the big body Sacred Beasts? I don't think so. I mean, when you say Sacred Beast Sprite, you mean like Dark Beckoning Beast? Dark Beckoning Beast is usually just a package with itself and the continuous spell. What is it called? The seven gates or whatever? The Sealing of the Spirit Gates or whatever it's called. It's usually just that and Beckoning Beast. Is this just the Lullaby of Obedience stream? I mean, it's been in like every opening hand, which is actually good because I'm trying to see how good this card is. Thought it was more than Dark Beckoning. Not typically, no. Not in my experience, you know. I'm sure there are builds out there, and I'm sure it is feasible. But for typical Sprite decks, it's usually just Beckoning and the continuous spell. I think, do you play any of the other stuff in Yubel? Or is it the same in Yubel? I think it's the same in Yubel, too. Like, I know you play Dark Beckoning Beast in Yubel because it's a fiend with 0 attack and defense, but I don't think you play any of the other Sacred Beast stuff. I think it... Oh, it's Bestial Riddick. That's cool. I think it's cool that, that you splash Sacred Beast tech in the Yubel deck. It's very flavorful. It's on point. No! Oh my god, my Snake Eye Ash! That's fine. We can still get Oak. We can still get Oak. Triple Tactics Talents. Oh, I actually can't get to Oak with this hand. Not even them summoning Ash Blossom in my field. If they play it, does anything. Wait, is there anything I can call that would mess them up? No, not really. Like, adding or summoning a Bestial to my... Adding a Bestial to my hand definitely doesn't do anything. They already have Fountain in play, so I can't steal it from them. Oh, it's only monsters anyway. This will just let them summon another Runic card, but I guess this takes away their protection and a potential Synchro material. Maybe? I don't know. Call Ecclesia? I mean, yeah, I could, but to what end, though, right? Like... This doesn't really do anything. I think I'd rather wait. If I had, like, any other monster, then yeah, calling... Like, if I had, yeah, just any other monster to go with it. maybe they'll max C if we lullaby. That's actually a pretty good point. Honestly, that's not a bad call. It might have triggered them to... Or might have caused them to fire off a monster effect, which would have let me triple attack. At this rate, though, I'm not particularly optimistic about how things are going in this game. I don't know. How do I feel about this deck in general? This is Master 1, so I'm not even really getting any real testing, to be fair. But also, this is more about getting a feel for the deck than getting in, like, testing, so to speak. And, I don't know. I still feel like this might be good. But it is also not a live card. Like, it's not a card that makes plays by itself. Hands like these are why I stopped playing this deck. I mean, really, though, like... yeah, I'll imperm this. What'd you replace Celine with? I don't know. Second Promethean Princess, maybe. Not a lot else I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know, like, there's a number of generic stuff you could play, but I don't know if it's going to be as good as Celine / Second Prom Princess. Which, speaking of Second Prom Princess, I think Celine needs to get put in the build at some point. Second SP, yeah. I guess, I don't know, Anima? Anima's always like, I feel like there's always something better you can play over Anima in Snake Eye Extra decks, though. No one ever plays into Anima. It's true. What would I have to top deck here? Oak would be a fine top deck. I guess in that case, well, no, original wouldn't be because Bonfire would be a fine top deck. That isn't a UR? I guess Ambluale if you're not playing it? Oh my god, we actually repped Oak. Holy shit. Is there any reason I'd want to Lullaby first? Not that I can think. Whatever, I'm just gonna go for it. Do we think Q-Bell's gonna be better than Snake Eye Fire King? No. I don't think so. I think Snake Eye Fire King is gonna be the better deck. The main reason is it's so if it comes so full power, it kind of depends what you mean by that, because full power is in all the U-Bell stuff. Yeah, it's coming in full power, but the deck is notably missing Veridus, I think it's called, the rank 10. The generic rank 10 that's an Omni Negate. That is like, that's not nothing. That is actually, I think, pretty notable to be missing that. Fiendsmith, I think it's still fine without Fiendsmith. Like, it doesn't need Fiendsmith to be a top tier, like a tier 1 deck, I don't think. But I do think it needs that rank 10, probably. Okay, so they have an Ash in the yard, right? Yeah. Okay, there's actually a number of things I could do here. I think we're pretty much always going to triple attack and steal their Chaos Angel, right? But maybe we should make sure that we have more plays before we do that. I have normal summoned, right? I normal summoned Oak. Alright, what if I Lullaby now and call Ash Blossom? They'll probably put it on my field, but that would give me, like, another body to work with. Yeah, I think I'm going to start by doing that. Why was Snake Eye Fire King better in the OCG but worse in the TCG? Because in the TCG, Ashen wanted her at 3 for some reason. They actually put it in my hand. That's surprising, but now we have an out to their fountain, getting more draws. That's kind of why I picked Ash Blossom there, because if it went to the hand or field, it was good either way. Alright, let's... I'm just going to steal their Chaos Angel here. Trying to decide if I want to sack it off for one of my Snake Eye effects. I think I do. Yeah. SP, Banish Field. We could have done that. I'm thinking about winning this turn though. That's what I'm thinking about. So like, what if I don't even summon Flamberge here? What if I summon Poplar? And then I can Poplar for, like, Temple or OSS. Yeah. Then I can link off for Link Creamo, put in the Spell Trap, and then... Oh, or under Maxi, that's right. That's actually fine. This deck doesn't play Nib, so I'm not really that scared. Oh, I am a little scared of Runic Spells, though. Fuck, that's right. I don't think we need OSS here. I'll get Temple. Oh, Temple could even place a Flamberge. Well, it'd have to be the one from my hand. I think that's fine. Some lists play Nib. That's actually news to me, I didn't know that. Actually, I don't know if I'll have a hard time OTKing. Can I just do it? Like... Okay, so they'll get a draw for this. They'll get a draw for Flamberge's summons. But then... After this, I push this into the Spell Trap and I just swing in for lethal, right? Is that lethal? Yeah, that's lethal. Oh, don't tell me they have it. Oh, they could still have runic spells though. That is a thing, yeah. Alright, so now this is a legit question of like, do I just go in now or keep summoning? I think I have to go in now to reduce the odds of them having nib or like runic spells that'll fuck me up. I guess we'll find out. Okay, slumber. That'll stop. Oh, it's gonna summon. Okay, they're not even doing the counter attack effect. Oh, for Jerry, that's right. Oh, I can steal their... Oh, I should have pushed back Chaos Angel and stolen that. But I could take... what does this do again? Target one card on the field, destroy it. I think we definitely use this. I can draw one card, that's fine. Yeah, the Bestials too. Yeah, that's fair. It's not even just Nib or the runic spells. There were just a ton of ways you could put bodies on the board. Oh, I have a dragon in my graveyard. That's cute. Is there like a reason to do? Ah, fuck it, whatever. Scare him if nothing else. Yeah, that's the problem with Maxi and runic decks. Do I still battle here? Yeah, we do. We'll definitely banish the field spell. It was never gonna be lethal either way. Actually, I'm a little surprised they didn't pop the field spell, but oh, they have a Jerua Swarm. Oh, so we're not doing any damage here. All right. Okay, Elephant Magnum Hut. Alright. I need to start just clicking the card in the field. It's so much easier. It leaves less room for misplaying too. I'll just pass here. Am I? I could go into Promethean Princess. Then give them more jaws. Yeah, whatever, I'll just pass. Ah, yes, let us get back our follow-up Flamberge. Genuinely upset I didn't get to play Snake Eye before the limits. This is a ridiculous deck, honestly. And not even just when they were at 3. If Ashen wanted, I feel like... Well, okay, Ash really is the big one. If Snake Eye Ash is at any number above 1, I feel like it's just ridiculous. Oh, did I ever answer that question? I think I did, yeah, because someone was like, why is Fire King Snake Eye better than Pure in the OCG? It's because, again, Ash and Wanted, but again, especially Ash, is at 3 in the TCG. It's strange Runic has no way to get back a Banished Fountain. I think that's just like the deck's weakness. I think it's fine for decks to have like a weakness, you know? Well, and also they probably didn't anticipate that Fountain was going to be at 1 when they created the Runic archetype. Doesn't Peter have to put back a monster? No, it is a Banished card. They'll just negate... Oh, yeah, that's pretty brutal. They can just negate or destroy my SP. Yeah, that'll do it. I'll just, yeah, I'll just concede. Why not? I think I'm going to play this deck for a couple more games, then we'll go back to working on some more builds. Pew. Full power tier better than Snake Eye? Oh, yeah. I would agree. Whether you mean the more powerful deck, yes, definitely. The more fun deck, yes, definitely. So yes, definitely is the answer to both questions. I don't know, I'm not unconvinced of Lullaby of Obedience in this testing. We haven't gotten to use it like to super great effect yet, but I still think it's pretty solid. Well, at the very least, it warrants more testing for sure. OCG would kill Snake Eyes. They are putting Ash to 1, which is, I think, a very good call. 60 card deck. They're activating Fenrir. I have Valor and Imperm. Just because I think it might be tier, I'll negate this. Yeah, if it were a 40 card deck, I might actually let that slide, but I don't know. Because here's the thing, if I see Fenrir, I kind of don't think it's pure cash. But it's more likely to be, well, I don't know, is it more likely to be pure cash than if they'd, like, unicorned? I guess not necessarily. But I'm thinking, like, tier, I'm thinking Vanquish Soul, I'm thinking maybe Monodium. I guess it's probably about as likely to be cash as Monodium. Fenrir isn't played super often in Monodium. It's not bad, it's just not, like, required. Or even common, in my experience. Okay, so they pitched Destrudo to send him Seti. Now we're going to use Foolish Burial. Managed to speedrun from M5 to M2. Lost twice the shifter and then Imperm plus Gamma on Kieran. That's still speedrunning from M5 to M2 is fairly impressive. Two Zeus. We were talking about that yesterday. Like, it'll be very, very, very nice for Zodiac. Like, Zodiac loves the second Zeus. I don't know how many other decks are going to be on it, though. But it is a nice boost for Zodiac. There have been so many times playing that deck where I'm like, God, if I had a second Zeus. If I had a second Zeus. A deck that can abuse the Atlantis for soft once per turns. Not off the top of my head. You have to think, it has to be a soft once per turn that's powerful and like on summon. I don't know if there's, how many of those there are. Crystal Beast, there you go. Pendulum. Neospatians. The Pegasus is a soft once per turn, right? Or I guess it's just an on-summon. I guess you could do, like, it doesn't have to be an on-summon effect. It could also just be an on-the-field soft once per turn. I'm trying to even think of monsters that have good on-the-field soft once per turn effects. They don't really design those anymore because of stuff like Zealantis and how easy it can potentially be to abuse. Also, oh my god, Grief was their last card. Soldier Dragon, Electromite. Infernity. Oh, Necromancer, yeah. I think Necromancer's in on the field soft once per turn. Wait, they fused with Zombie Vamp? Huh? What are they making? Okay. Metal Foes, Archfiend. Here comes the scoop. I'm kind of waiting for it too. Oh yeah, maybe they are going for Baron Pass. Yeah, they didn't have any other Aquas at all, did they? So if they make Baron... Oh yeah, we can play through that, because we have OSS and Poplar. So we could, like, normal Poplar, go for Subversion, put back the Baron, they probably negate that, and then we just link Karibo, OSS, into place. Oh, okay, that'll actually prevent Subversion, because that targets, so... We'll just add Temple, then. Oh, yeah, that actually is a bit of an issue, isn't it? So, okay. Normal Poplar, Link for Link Karibo. Place it in the spell trap. Oh, excuse me. OSS, send the Link Karibo in the spell trap. Oh yeah, and then we would add Temple. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna be enough. Although, to be fair, they will kind of be in top deck mode, so we'll... Okay. I mean, we have to do this anyway. Super shamed. See... Oh yeah, there's totally months I don't get to M1. There's a lot of them actually. I'm never usually that worried about it, honestly. Like, it's as we were talking about earlier, you know, M1 is not necessarily indicative of how good you are at the game. It's more of a reflection of how much time you're able to put into the game than anything else. I want to see if they negate Poplar's effects. I don't think they will, but maybe there's a world where they do. For me, I'm satisfied if I just get to M5. If I get to M5, then I'm good, because it means I'll just D-rank to Diamond in the next season. I won't have to do too long of a climb. And I'll still be able to get games for content, like, relatively easily. So for me, my goal every season is just make it through Diamond, just get to M5, and then any ranks after that are just, like, bonus gems for me, is kind of how I treat it. This is a weird spot. Wish I even put in the spell trap. I could put Flamber just to have a solid body. I mean, they'll probably just pop the field spell. Yeah, I'm going to place a Flamberge. That sounds kind of weird, but I think that's actually right here. Because they're just going to pop the field spell with Baron, right? So there's kind of no point to putting, like, an Ash down here. I mean, they're going to negate this. Yeah, this is gonna happen. This summons any... It doesn't target, does it? It does target, okay. Return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon that monster. Oh, that's perfect. If they activate this, try to target Fenrir, we can called by the Fenrir, and then this will go back to the extra and they won't summon it. Target one level 9 or lower monster in your graveyard. Return this card to the extra deck, and if you do, special summon that monster. Targeting is the only part of the cost. Returning is part of the effect. So, I think this works. Oh, we'll get to bring back their Horus stuff. I mean, that's fine, whatever. I mean, it's not fine, but it's gonna have to be fine. Yep. And then... Ugh. Fine, I suppose. So, okay, if they pitch whatever card they drew... So, if they bring back Hoppy, pitch this for Dumatef. Dumatef's at 36. Dumatef goes to battle. Link Creator reduces it to 0. Crash. That's not lethal. Yeah, okay. Draw into Rhino. Shh, don't say things like that. Oh, it's Rev Synchron. Oh, that's about as bad. Oh, no. Oh, that is Rhino. That is going to get them to Rhino. Because they can bring back Rev Synchron, sync it with Ancient Fairy for Umbra Terra if they play that, and then get Pearl of Rhino. Oh, they can just add it this way too because I have a field spell. Oh, yeah. There was, even if I didn't have a field spell in play, they still could have gotten to Pearl of Rhino. If they play Vyse's Umbra Terra, which if you're playing Ancient Fairy Dragon, as well as the Rev Synchron, then I feel like there's no way you're not on the Umbra Terra. So if I didn't have a field spell in play, yeah, they would have brought back Rev Synchron as a level 1, synced it, because Umbra Terra's tuner requirements are 1 or more tuners plus 1 light monster. So that's the requirement right there. And then, yeah, they just would have added Pearl of Rhino off that. Looks like they're going to do it anyway and probably grab Scream, if I had to guess. Because, fun fact, did you know that literally every single tier limit spell or trap card mentions Vyse's Starfrost? I think that's true of all of their archetypes. I think every Scareclaw card does too. I think every Catch... I actually don't know about the Catch-Shira cards, but I do know that about tier limit stuff. Every single tier limit spell or trap card mentions Vyse's, which means they're all searchable. Yep, including Scream. See? Not the Catch-Shira stuff. That would actually make sense in lore, too, because they're the ones that are not affiliated with Vyse's. They're like anti-Vyse's. Heartbeat, though. Heartbeat mentions, yep, right there. They just love their boyfriend. I mean, can you blame them? Some cash cards that people don't use. There is the one that's like... There's like that one cash trap card that's like... It's not even really a Catch-Shira card. It's the one that lets you summon Vicious Astrolaud. But again, like, yes, it is a trap card with Catch-Shira in its name, but it doesn't support Catch-Shira cards at all. But it is true, there is that one card that mentions, and I think that's the only one that mentions the Starfrost, because that's the moment in the story where they fuse and become Vicious Astrolaud. I like a lot of the lore stuff. Wait, are they popping my Flamberge? Oh, I don't have 2 fires in the yard. I'll let them swing in for lethal. That's fine. I'm having fun talking about the Starfrost lore. Yeah, I think it's really cool that Vicious Astrolabe is a fairy, because, like, you might look at it and be like, how is this card a fairy? But in the OCG, fairy is actually called Angel. So Vicious Astrolabe, I think, is intended to be one of those, like, really scary Old Testament-looking angels, which I think is really, really cool. This makes me want to play Manadium. I just really like Vicious Astrolabe as a card. I think it's neat. Also, being able to contact fuse using stuff from the graveyard is pretty OP. Much like Yubel is going to be able to do once that comes out. And Yubel's contact fusion with graveyard materials monster has a monster negate attached to it. It's actually better than a monster negate because it turns one of your opponent's monster's effects into destroy one Yubel monster in your hand, field, or deck. So not only does Phantom, like, effectively negate a monster effect, you can then pop a Yubel card from your deck and, like, get advantage off of it. So it's actually, I'm sorry, it is actually even better than a monster negate. Negate plus free body, yee. That's the other thing too, Phantom, because the materials get shuffled back into the deck, and you can contact fuse from hand, even if you brick on stuff like Terror Incarnate and OG Yubel, you can just shuffle it from your hand back into your deck to summon the Phantom. And then, yeah, then you can summon them out from the deck for other stuff. It's pretty wild, honestly. It's really cool, though. I can't wait for Yubel. Oh, they're sure taking their time, aren't they? Ugh. They're just styling at this point. I'll let them know. I'm having fun talking about stuff. Is Phantom a soft once per turn? That would actually be insane if it was. Let me read. Actually, we can read together. When your opponent, you can only use this effect of Phantom. No, it is a hard once per turn. Oh, it's a hard once per turn to negate, but you can summon multiple per turn. That's not a once per turn at all, yeah. Alright, now they're finally swinging in. Alright, yeah, after this game, I mean, in like 10 seconds here, let's build some more decks. Because we've only done the 2 so far. This was intended to mostly be a deck building stream, but I was so eager to test out Lullaby. I still like the card as promised. Alright. Yeah, we've only built 2 decks so far, so let's keep building here. Katie said Pearly earlier. We can work on Pearly. With only 2 per Lily. I really don't like this semi-limit at all. It's kind of gross, actually. It's very unnecessary. Do you play 2 plump or 1? I actually don't remember. Let me look at some stats here. Actually, I keep forgetting. We can look at some stats. Alright, Pearly. Also, note that, you know... Oh, wait, hang on. I meant to do that. Yeah, Pearly has a pretty high win rate in upper ranks, too. Thank you for the follow. Prods, I super appreciate that. Fong Prods, I think. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. But I appreciate the follow, and you coming to the stream. Oh, they're all on 2 Beauty. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, I feel like a lot of Pearly builds are pretty standard. Yeah, as you can see, the Ghost Trick stuff is, like, the vast minority of builds here. Like, even the stuff like Shot is only played at 20%, so... And also with Pearly, or Per Lily about to go to 2, I think that also makes the Ghost Trick stuff not not as good. If you want to try cool Pearly Tech, what is your... Actually, okay, I am curious to know your cool Pearly Tech, because I saw a Duel Live earlier today where, like, it was Pearly, but one of the 3 cards was, like, an Evol monster? And I was like, huh? And I, like, Googled, I, like, looked up the monster to try to figure out how it helped the deck, and I couldn't. So I was like, Pearly with Evols? It was like, oh, fuck, which one was it? Yeah, let me go back to here. Oh, wait. Have I... Hang on. That might have been since I... That like, Duel Live might still be up there, actually. No, they've refreshed. Okay. Yeah, dang it. It was just earlier today, too. But, yeah, let me find this. This card. Because it was driving me crazy. I was trying to figure out, like, what the... Because the thing is, I watched the Duel Live, and it was multiple turns. The person turned 1 Fossil Dig, they got Ash Blossomed, and then they just played, like, a normal Pearly game. But it was this one. One of the 3 cards that was, like, popping out of their deck box was this Evol monster. Evolsaur Leo. So this card is normal or special summoned. You can set 1 Evolutionary Bridge or Evo Singularity directly from your deck. During your main phase, you control... this card that was normal summoned or special summoned by the effect of a fire monster. You can send 1 fire, reptile, or dino from your deck to the graveyard. Then you can make 2 monsters on the field become the same type and level. Oh, so you're saying they use that to go into Lars. And it could help make it, because you could make stuff level 6 with this, potentially. 1 fire reptile, you can make two monsters on the field. It's any 2 monsters, too. It doesn't have to be fire. Read the trap card. Yeah, which one? Let's see. Evo Branch. No, probably not that one. Evo Instant. No. No. Oh, wait. This is the card that it adds, though, right? Target for attack. Target Evil Tile. I don't think it's that one. It's the SR. Oh, Evo Singularity. Target 1 Evil Tile monster and 1 Evil Solar monster in your graveyard. Special summon 1. Oh, yeah, you just summon it right out. Okay. Oh, okay. So you send the evils with the quick plays, and then you use hang on, where do you go? This guy to get Singularity, and then you make Lars. That's funny. That's really funny. I wondered, okay, because I saw the Pearly deck with Evo cards in it. Well, again, I only saw this one, and I was very, very confused. But now it makes a lot more sense. I don't think we're going to be going for that package, personally, but it makes a lot more sense now. Thank you for clearing that up. There's a Snake Eye version of Evo, since one of the level 1 monsters can get to Leos. Yeah, because Leo said... I noticed that, too. That Leo said when this card is special summoned by a fire monster. My first thought was Promethean Princess, but... But I'm sure there are many other shenanigans you could do as well. Play 3 of those, 3 of these. I think we definitely just play 3 of the field spell. Like, I've seen people every now and then kind of question why I play 3 of the field spell, and now I'm not a Pearly expert, but this feels like really obvious to me, right? Because it's just like it makes your stuff untargetable, which makes it that much more resilient. Moreover, if you're doing the like typical combo line on turn 1 where you go for Epperly Noir, then the field spell not only gives you an extra draw, it bumps you up to 5 materials, and it makes the X-Pearly Noir that you summon on your opponent's turn also untargetable. And if you draw extra copies, and you just send it off of the quick play spells, so I think you just always play 3 field. Actually, again, we could look at the figures, the numbers, and see... No, not that one. Yeah, 3, 98.5%. Okay, I feel very much vindicated in that. I think otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty much just gonna go for a standard build. Just like pretty much everything we have here, and then adding a bunch of staples. And then Actually, okay, I am at a decision point, because I was thinking about trying Gamma. I'm thinking about trying Gamma a little bit more this season. Kind of giving Gamma another chance. So I could use my last 3 slots for those, or I could play triple tax and something else. I could play a second Yeep. Maybe? I don't know. How often does second Yeep really come up? I can't think of a game off the top of my head. Well, especially because I'm not playing the other rank 7. That's not Noir. And this card is, like, searchable. 3 Rainbow with Ritual Sanctuary. What's Rainbow? Playing Gamma and Omega, you only have 4 cats. That's a good point. Second Eep will be needed to recycle the kitties. Rainbow Bridge and Ritual Sanctuary. Oh, like the crystal beast stuff? Discard a spell, add a light ritual monster or ritual spell. Oh, yeah. I know which one you're talking about. That's Salvation. Yeah. Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. That's a possibility, but like, I'm generally not a fan of this card a lot of the time. Also, it's Zian. That's probably evident by the fact that I haven't crafted it yet. It's Zian. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. Okay, what's ritual? What's the second effect? Shuffle any number of spells from your deck into your graveyard. Then target 1 light fairy monster in your graveyard whose level equals the number of spells you shuffled into the deck. Special summon it. So you shuffle back one of your spells in the graveyard and then summon back Pearly from the yard. Could also potentially summon Happiness. Yeah, I mean, I see how it can be good. I kind of feel like that's a little specific, though, right? Because, like, wouldn't you need to be in a situation where you have the Quick Play spell, you have the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, and you also have a Pearly in your graveyard that you want to bring back? Like, I don't think it's bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I just think it's a little situational, personally. I think I'm probably just going to stick with the, I'll try Gamma. Like I said, I want to try Gamma more this season. Want to replay? I mean, I'm not saying there's not situations where that is very helpful. I just don't know how often that comes up. Like, I feel like something like more generalized, like Gamma or Triple Tax, would just come up more often. But like I said, I want to try out Gamma, especially in a deck like this, yeah, where they're so prone to negate like the first quick play spell or respond to it, or like the My Friend or something. Second Yeep, yeah, we should probably make room for a second Yeep. I can cut down on like a Veiler and just go up to 2. I've talked about this a lot with like Dark Worlds and stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of playing cards in Pearly just so that they can get discarded. Like, I would rather have a card that has general utility, and then if I don't need it, I can just pitch it, as opposed to like playing a card that's only good if I discard it with a quick play spell and doesn't do anything besides that. Like, that's historically why I've never liked Dark Worlds in Pearly, and I kind of feel the same way about Rainbow Bridge of Salvation too. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's true. We should play 3 Veiler instead of 3 Imperm because of drawing off of like Sleepy Memory. It's better to draw the Veiler over the Imperm. Yeah, good call. I think this looks solid. Of course, we have to fill out the extra deck still, the rest of that, but I'm sure I can remember most of the extra deck off the top of my head, but is there anything non-obvious? I might spring for the Omega if we're playing Gamma. And then Princess Sprite. That's the one I always forget is Princess Sprite. I'll spring for Omega. That's fine. The extra deck is pretty free. Talents over Called. How often is Called played in here? Oh, not nearly as much as talents, is it? Okay, yeah. You know what? That is fair because this deck doesn't play as much into like max C. Like you can get away with very minimal special summons. Should I even bother playing Crossout then? Debatable. I like Crossout a little more than Called by. Do I actually? It's kind of between these two. I think I'd rather have the Crossout. Yeah, okay. I'm willing to do that. That's fine. So we got the Omega, and we get Downard Zeus. And SP. We can also do Link Rebo to help go into SP. Actually, wouldn't you could do Anima as well. Don't even have to pick one or the other, really. And then for our last slot, oh yeah, the Lyrilusk. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Ah, rip per Lily. Need too happy? Well, because the other thing I wanted to see... You know what? Actually, I want to pull from Master Duel meta as well, because this will have... This will include... This breakdown includes data from the top 100 Duelist Cup decks. Oh yeah, you do. Wow, you really do need 2 happiness, don't you? Hey, what's up, Eclipse? I hope you're doing well. You were just doing a little post-banless deck building. You really don't need Princess Sprite that much, do you? Because I also found ever since SP like came out, like you can just make that turn 1, and that's usually better than like hoping exactly the top card of your deck is more plays. Yeah, we can take out Princess Sprite. Yeah, if we have Gamma, then I wanna play Omega. Okay, this is looking pretty good. Kaiser. Oh wait. Yeah, I never put Kaiser Coliseum in. I think beforehand. Actually, I know beforehand. Not even as like a principle. I just never really thought about it. I'm not above running the occasional Floodgate in a deck that's not like a dedicated stun deck. But I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. Like, I didn't craft Tickboo for... Tickboo's not even that great in this format for, like, Vanquish Soul. Alright. Next deck. We could do Rescue Ace. Another deck effect. See, that's the thing, right? Like, normally it's fun to deck build after a ban list because of, like, how it forces you to change how you think about a deck. But that doesn't really happen at all with this ban list. I'm putting in 2 Airlifter instead of 3. Ooh. It's like, whatever. Maybe not Fire Engine. I mean, I'm not opposed to Fire Engine, but let's put in stuff we know we're going to play first. Rescue Ace hits mean so little. They really do, though. Okay, so... That's, like, probably everything bare minimum you would need, right? I mean, we're still probably going to put it... Oh, yeah, and at least 1 Impulse. I might still put another Impulse or a Fire Attacker, but again, I'm going to start with the cards I know you have to play, and then we'll throw in some staples. Why can't I find Ash Blossom? Here she is. Is this another deck I'm going to try Gamma in? It might be. Is this another deck that doesn't play Called By? Because apparently there's more of those out there than I thought. Nah, we play Called By. Does she just have 41 cards instead of 42? I mean, yeah, for a lot of the cases you could just, like... Especially for, like, Rescue Ace, like, you could just keep whatever build you currently have and then just take out 1 Airlifter. But like I said before, I enjoy deck building, like, in general. I always forget Rotos, I'll throw that in now. I like deck building in general. I actually find it quite fun. And again, it's like I said at the top of the stream, the reason that I deck build this way, the reason that instead of just like, oh, let me just take this out and replace it with something, is that I feel like if you do that too much, your deck loses cohesion. I call it the Ship of Theseus problem when it comes to like deck building, where you've like replaced so many individual planks that the ship you have is not the same ship that you started with, right? So that's why I just say nuke it and just rebuild it from scratch. It helps your build keep the cohesion, right? Because, you know, you might have initially put in certain cards at certain numbers to help with, you know, rates of opening them or wanting to not open something, so on and so forth. So I think there's a little bit of nuance to it, but I tend to think that about most things. In Yu-Gi-Oh! And in life. Anyway. Rescue Ace. What other stuff? Oh yeah, Diabell Unwanted, Sinful stuff. I don't even know, like, okay, this has always been a big debate for me, and I think we might need to pull up Master Duel meta for this. But Poplar, do I play 1 or 2? I'd like to see the difference in that. Where's Poplar? Here it is. Alright, so played at 1 copy in 57% of builds, 2 in 36%. That's pretty close, actually. 3 in 5. I imagine those 5% of builds are like 60 card pure, or not pure, 60 card like Snake Eye Fire King builds, probably. And then 0 and 2%. That's actually kind of interesting. I think we probably just play 1 Poplar. Because here's the thing, right? Like, you might think, oh, you know, we'll just, Bonfires at 2. We can just sub in a second Poplar for the 3rd Bonfire. But it's not quite that clean. Because with Rescue Ace, thank you for the follow, by the way, Robert Jan. I hope you are doing well on this fine day. Like, you wanna draw the Bonfire in Rescue Ace. You don't want to draw the Poplar. I mean, yeah, you could normal summon Poplar and then put in, or, you know, add Original Sin and do all that. But then if you get Hydrate, you don't have the normal summon for Airlifter. So you do want to draw the Bonfire in the second, not the Poplar. Bonfire is like almost more of a Rescue Ace hit than it is a Snake Eye hit, funnily enough. Which is the next deck to craft? If you're talking about like the next big meta deck, I would wait for Yubel. We were actually talking a lot about Yubel just during the stream in general. I don't think Yubel will be tier 1, mostly because they're missing the rank 10 that is an Omni Negate, but the board it still builds without that is pretty decent. It's pretty good. I'll say better than decent. I think that Yubel will be a tier 2 deck on release. That's my guess. I think Yubel will be one of many, honestly, tier 2 decks. I think this format's pretty wide open, relatively speaking. Like, you know, one thing I've talked about is how Snake Eye in this meta is not as oppressive as it was in the last one. And if you look by win rate, you know, you can see that, like, all of these decks, I mean, Pure Fire King actually is is a bit above, but like, all these different meta-relevant decks, they're all really close in win rate. Like, especially once you get to the 55% range, like... And compare that to last season, right? Where Snake Eye is just, like, so ahead everything else. This is what I've been talking about when I say that, like, pure Snake Eye with multiple Ash is definitely going to be more dominant than Fire King Snake Eye, you know, or just Snake Eye in general with only 1 Ash. Like, yeah, again, I'm not saying Fire King Snake Eye isn't the best deck in the format. It is, but it's not as dominant. Like, the power gap between Fire King Snake Eye and everything else is so much shorter than the power gap between pure Snake Eye with multiple Ash and everything else was, you know? Ignister best deck. It is up there. Like, even if you go to... Like, these just have low match volume, just not played as often, but that's got that 59% win rate, so... Anyway, we're going to keep building the Rescue Ace deck. The tier 0. Yeah, I agree that it was never tier 0. When Ash and Wanted were at 3, like, and the Bonfire came out, that was as close as we got to Snake Eye being tier 0. But I don't think it was tier 0. I think it was close for a second, but not quite there. Anyway, where were we here? Extra deck. Extra deck for this deck is like pretty much all generic stuff. How often is Elf played? I don't think you really need Elf in Rescue Ace anymore, do you? Because now you have Little Knight. Yeah, it's not really played at all. Little Knight coming out was actually pretty huge for Rescue Ace because it makes your Turbulence a lot more consistent. It makes Valor and Imperm just not that great against this deck in general. Because, like, if they normal summon Airlifter and you Valor or Imperm that, they could just emergency, right? But if you try to wait for Turbulence nowadays, they're probably going to make Little Knight first, and then they can just dodge it. Maybe something like this for the extra deck. Maybe something over Nightmare Unicorn. It's not super needed. Well, let's look at the breakdown again, shall we? Yep. Okay, yeah, so it's literally all the expected typical stuff. Sunlight Wolf, is that particularly important? I don't think it is, really. Actually, how often was Access Code played? That's a good point. I think more often... Yeah, 73%. Yeah, it comes up more often, I think, in Rescue Ace. 2 Royal Bonfire? Hell yeah. Someone even said after I pulled the 2 to not bother going for the 3rd one, to just wait until there's semi-limit Bonfire, and then you'll have a full Royal playset. It's just like, damn, they were right. Anima is nice. Anima's not bad, but I don't know if Anima is better than anything else we have here. Maybe Nightmare Unicorn? But I think if you're playing Access Code, Nightmare Unicorn is probably a little more important. I think the thing about Anima is that, like, with all these level 1 decks, I feel like a lot of the time Anima ends up being, like, the 17th or 18th best card to put in your extra deck. Like, it's certainly not a bad card by any means. It's just that there ends up being enough better things to include. To not to use Goddess unless there's a lot of Pearly. Goddess is definitely better for more than just, like, board breaking. I mean, that is one of the things it's best at, but... especially in this meta, the Graveyard Revive Negate is actually pretty huge. I don't think it'll come up that often. Like, I wouldn't go out of my way to make Goddess just for this effect, but... And actually, I mean, also to be fair, we are in a format where Pearly is really good with how much we saw in the Duelist Cup Top 100. I think Pearly, along with Tier Limit, are probably just the best Tier 2 decks in the meta right now. We'll simply play 17 extra deck cards. Alright, let's fill out the rest of this main deck here. Oops, that's the wrong tab. Let me start closing some of these. I have like a million of these tabs open. I'll keep that one open. Here we go. I think I actually have 2 untapped tabs open right now. I do. Look at that. All right. Oh, I never put in Diabell. Yeah. I was in the process of doing that. I think... Here's another question. Do I still want to play over 40? Probably? Oh, I don't think I have Nib in there. Wait, yeah, I do, don't I? I don't. Actually, I do want Nib in there. Okay, so this is the deck at 40. How often, let me see this deck breakdown. Average size 43 cards. I usually play it at 42, yeah. Could play Fire Engine still. Could play more Impulses. Could play Prosp. But I didn't think Subversion was that low. I really like Subversion, though. In, like, not just this deck, but I think in just about anything that's playing a Sinful package. I think, like, having a searchable... Having another card to search in general, I think is... Especially to set off of Diabell on turn 2... is a lot better than I think most people realize, or some people realize. I don't know about most people, but also just having a searchable board breaker, especially again for Diabell. Like if you open Diabell going second, like having Subversion just makes your turn 2 play so much better. Did you play Subversion in Infernoble? I don't think I did, but I also didn't play Poplar in that deck. Like, if it's just Diabell, then you could set either original or, in theory, like, wanted. Wherever that is, right here, right? But if it's Poplar, and you're only going for Snake Eye Spell and Traps, it's usually just going to be original Sin. But again, also, like I said, being able to set Sinful with Diabell on turn 2 is nice. So, like, yeah, I don't think I played Sinful in Infernoble. Also, Infernoble is a deck that has, like, already has main deck space issues, whereas like here we have plenty of space, right? Like I'm trying to figure out if I want to fill out this deck even more, you know. I could see playing another Impulse being right. I could see playing Prosp also being right. Maybe I'll just throw those two in. And the reason, I don't know if I've actually said this, but the reason that I like being over 40 for Rescue Ace is because, and this is just my deck building in general, if we're playing a deck where we have cards that we don't want to open, but are so important... Knight, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are well. But, yeah, like, for Rescue Ace, obviously we have the Rescue, Alert, Contain, and Extinguish, right? So, like, these need to be in the deck, but I super don't want to open them. So that's why I'm willing to go a little bit above 40. Same for, like, Adventure decks, right? For Adventure decks, just about every single one of them, too. I'll definitely play over 40 to try to not open Dracoback or Fateful quite as often. Gamma, I was just saying I want to play Gamma a little more often. If I was going to play Gamma, I would go above 42. I think I would go to probably 44 or 45 maybe, to try to not open Driver as well. So, like, I could just add Drivers and Gammas to what I have right now, but do I think that's worth it? What do we have in the way of Disruption? We have 1, so we have 3, 6, I'll count Impulse. So that's 8, 9, 12. We actually don't have that much. I mean, 12 is a solid amount, but... 1 for 1? No, you don't need 1 for 1 in Rescue Ace. Because, like, we're not trying to get to Hydrant. Like, I mean, yeah, that would be fine to get to Hydrant off 1 for 1, but... Like, we already... That's why we have, like, Bonfire and Poplar and Diabells and Original Sin, right? I think adding 1 for 1 on top of all of that is a bit much. Nah, it's not, like, that much, though. But... I don't think we need it. I think there's other... Again, it's one of those cards where I don't think it would be bad. There's just other stuff I want to play more. Magician's Souls... I could see that being fine. Like, you could potentially send away the spell and trap cards you open to draw, and then use, like, the field spell to shuffle them back in. That might be a little situational, but it would be fine. 1 for 1 will replace the 3rd Bonfire. I could see that, yeah. I could definitely see that. I think... I think I'm going to leave it as it is for now, and not play Gamma. Just because I don't want to go up to 40. It's actually kind of borderline for me. I think playing this list as is at 42, or just adding Gammas and Driver and going up to 45 are both fine. They're both good, actually. I'm, like, debating. Oh, how much gas do we have? I kind of meant to count that, too. 3... 5, 8, 9, 11. I'll kind of count that as like, maybe I'll count these as like halves almost, like we're in the like 10 to 12 range. 15, 16. Maybe I should play Gammas. You know what? I'll try it. I did say that I want to try Gamma more this season, so... let's go for it. One deck I definitely want to try Gamma in, and we might as well just build this deck next, is Fire King Snake Eye. Because I saw so many Fire King Snake Eye lists from the DC Top 100 on that. Just a lot of that in general. I don't know, you know, I did swear off Gamma for a period of time. But perhaps the time has come to give it another try. Okay. I think I'm going to play 3 Ulcanix for sure. Where's my Glacier Armada? Here it is. Okay, that's all the Fire King stuff, right? Love Gamma, but Driver is glued to my hand. It's not even just Driver. Like, there's a lot of times where you just open Gamma turn 1 and it just kind of doesn't end up doing anything the entire duel. And I feel like I experience that more often than opening Driver. Like, it's not even, yeah, it's not even just a Driver for me. But at the same time, you know, that could just be variance. One person's individual experiences will never make up the full of what the potential of a card or deck has. So, if I see so many people on it, it's like, maybe I should give it another shot, you know? My relationship with this card has been restored. That's good. I think I'm gonna continue to not play Oak in Fire King Snake Eye. It's just not needed. Like, and even if you're thinking about using it for follow-up plays, I just found a lot of the time that, like, Ulcanix or, like, Island Shenanigans in general were, like, often better follow-up plays. And then... I think I just want to play a Subversion, though. "48 cards D-Link, drew Driver my last 6 games. Woof." That's brutal. I miss D-Link. I miss Wyverburster. Why did Wyverburster get banned? Like, think about D-Link in this meta. D-Link would be so fine. D-Link would just be a solid tier 2 deck. Maybe even 3, I don't know. But, like, Dragon Link was never so overtly dominant. They had to, like, nuke it into the ground like they did. Ugh. Oh, I miss Dragon Link so much. I miss it so much! Like, banning Chaos Ruler, I think, was enough of a hit to that deck. I don't know. Anyway. I've seen so many Snake Eye players play one Droplet. Just one Forbidden Droplet. Konami wanted you to stop playing Rocket cards. It's so true. Chaos Ruler was enough. Excuse me. Also good now, but non-consistent. Yeah, that's my main issue with it. I miss Chaos Ruler. Oh, you and me both. You and me both. Also, what? Get out of here. Yeah, Snake Eye and Sinful cards. Is that all of them? Is that really all of them? I guess it is all of them that you play in this deck. Oh, you don't need 2 Arvada. Oh, Block Dragon. How I miss thee. I do. I know that's a fairly unpopular opinion, but I really do think Block Dragon should come back to 1. Oh, I wanted to try Gamma, that's right. Okay, let me actually look at some more stats here. Actually, I want Master Duel meta for this one. Interesting, Gamma doesn't even show up here. Although 40%, that's still quite a few builds that We're probably still on it. Valor seeing a decrease in play. I can see playing... Well, here's actually a question. Is this a deck where I want to go over 40 if I'm playing Gamma and Driver? I actually think the answer is no. Indium is always slow for me, too. And the thing is, like, you can, what is it? Like, clear the cache, and that helps with it, but only for, like, in my experience, it'll help for, like, a day or two, and then it's exactly as bad as it was before. And clearing your cache is so annoying. You have to log back into everything. Ugh. Still thinking about this, yeah, maybe we just take out Valors? And put in Gamma. I think I like Valor better than Triple... I mean, I think I like Triple Attack better than Valor. Do I, though? I don't know. Maybe I don't. Also, I feel like I'm forgetting a card for some reason. Like, something important to the engine. Oh, I forgot Bonfires. That's what it is. I always forget Bonfire, somehow. Yeah, okay, so we still have to make room for that. So, like... No. There we go. Jerry Springer, 2112, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, Mr. Springer. So like something like this, maybe? Let me count Disruption and starters again. We are playing 3, 5, 8, 9... Armoral Dodd, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well on this fine day. What did I say this was 9? Yeah, 9. 12? Is that right? 3, 5, 8, 9, 12? Yeah, I guess that's right. Starters. 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, 12... 13. We're about even. Can always pop Driver. Well, that's the thing, like... I mean, you could pop Driver with the Island, but there's actually so few times where popping a non-fire monster with the Island is good. Especially, like, early on, like, turn 1. Because you typically want to add the Garunix to proc it. Or if you're going to, like, add... I mean, this'll... I don't know. They don't really add Ponics that often. But if you're going to add new Garunix, then you have to pop a fire monster to proc it. Honorary the... It really is, like, the Honorary Snake Eye card I always forget. Alongside Pap and Punk. That is also something I always forget. Alright, extra deck stuff. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Oh, Sunlight Wolf. They don't have to play Salid, actually, or Second Prom Princess. What about Duel Little? So, I gotta level with you. I don't know when you actually are supposed to make this card in this deck. This card is destroyed by battle or card effect. You can target one fire monster in your graveyard and add it to your hand. Like, is it just a generic... I understand that it's a Link 2 that's relatively generic. You can pop it and add something back. I just don't know, like, when you do that. Like, when is the right time in the combo line to actually do something like that? You know? Pop it with the field spell to add back Huron. That's not a bad idea. You would have to have, like, enough bodies to be able to give up a Link to... That's a little situational. It's stronger in Fire King Snake Eye without Ulcanix. Doolittle is worse in Ulcanix Fire King Snake Eye. When the opponent has nothing to counter your full combo. That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, I just kind of feel like... In all my, because I've actually had games where I put this in my extra deck, and I don't know, I didn't never really saw a time. That could just be me being ignorant though, as well. Like I'm not saying, oh well, if I can't find a way to use this, then it must be bad. But like I just never spotted a time where I'm like, oh, this is why you play Duel Little Chimera. I never had that moment. Heat Soul's kind of better in testing. Not personally used it as much compared to Sunlight. Yeah, I feel like Sunlight is better. Do I really need Selene though? I like never. Here's the thing: I talk about using Selene to make turn 1 Apo, but I like never do that combo line. I almost never do, because it just doesn't like. Your opponent's probably just gonna have disruption, you know. So like I can see cutting Selene potentially. Yeah, Selene's not even in like the top breakdown here. Maybe cutting that for a Duel Little. Maybe cutting it for a Goddess even, actually. Like, I'm a little more tempted to do that than Duel Little, to be totally honest. Especially because we're on triple Ulcanix, which I think is right. Like, the more I play with Ulcanix, the more I just want to always see this card in my opening hand. Photon Lord? Oh! I have seen builds on the Photon Lord. Does this, hang on, where's Sanctuary? Did I not put in Fire King Sanctuary? Huh? Oh my god, I didn't. Oh, because I accidentally clicked Cerulean Skyfire instead. I just took it out. So are we playing 51? Or 50, Jesus, 41 then? I mean, we do have Driver we don't want to open. Ulcanix we don't... I mean, not Ulcanix. We want to open Ulcanix, but Old Garunix we don't want to open. I usually don't play 41 for, like, the most non-reason ever. It's because I don't like decks that are odd numbers. I want my deck to be even number, but I don't want to bump this up to 42. 42 is probably okay to dilute the bricks. Well, if you're going to enable me like that, then I will put in a 42nd card. But what I want to put in, I could maybe, like, split the difference. Oh my god, that was horrible. Also, we have that card bookmarked. Sometimes I like doing this. I like splitting the difference between Valor and Imperm and playing 2 of each. Just because, like, there's different situations where this card is good, also cross out. Two Valor instead of the Gamma. I definitely want to play... Okay, like, if I were to cut Gamma and Driver, then I would just go down to 40 cards. Because, like, yeah, I don't want to draw Old Garunix, but, like, if I only have one, you know, Garnet-type monster, like, I'm fine still being at 40. But if we have multiple, then I'm looking to probably be above 40. D-Link, I went to 50 a couple of times. Yeah, D-Link and Branded are decks where you can play, like, any number between 40 and 60, and it's fine. This is not one of those decks, though. Like, I would not go above 45 for Fire King Sinkai, like, ever. There's a lot of decks. Most decks I would never go above 45. Actually, a lot of... Well, it actually it does just vary deck to deck. Yeah, I think I'm comfortable with this. Oh, Photon Lord of the Extra is another thing that was floated. You can see summon one fire. Okay, so you can't summon Photon Lord off of Sanctuary. That was the whole thing I wanted to look up in the first place. But I can still see how it's good, of course. I think I'm going to stick with this. One thing I love that I'm going to definitely stick with is 2 Promethean Princess. I am so glad I pulled a second one of these, because, oh my god, I probably never would have crafted the second one, but let me tell you, the second one, it makes a huge difference. I think it's pretty massive for the extra deck. Helps against Cashier Unicorn, comes up a lot in grind games. It just gives you that kind of like security that you're always going to have another Promethean Princess if you ever need to make more plays, you know? Alright, yeah, I'm fine with that list. Use her in U-Bell because she's a fiend. It's like, Actually, I have no idea what I was about to say. Had one of those moments where I started a sentence and had no intention of how I was going to finish it. We'll do... I'm always so picky about this. For, like, no good reason. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. What else do I want to build? What else should we build here? Could build Monadian. Oh, Twin Sprite. That's another deck I wanted to build. I very much want to work on Twin Sprite. Also, like, I know win rate alone does not mean everything, but, like, it makes my heart so happy to see live Twin Sprite up here with, like, all of these other meta decks. Like, people finally just giving this deck, like, some amount of attention again. Or just Sprite in general. Oh, so good. Pearly, we already did Pearly. I can actually show you the list. This is what we settled on for Pearly. So, like, yeah, this is a deck where I'm playing one Garnet, one Driver, but I still want to be at 40 cards, because I'm only playing the one. Plus, with, like, Pearly Semide, just any little consistency boost can help, but... Let's build Twin Sprite. Let's throw a list together here. There's that. I'm looking for specifically the glossy ones. Oh, look at the treats right there. Tend to cut Imperm sometimes. I hate it in Pearly. Yeah, I mean, Valor is definitely better for sure. I might not play two of each of these. In fact, I'm probably only just going to play one of that, but... Also, I don't know if I'm going to play three of these. I just play two and then one secret password. I don't understand why they had to semi-Pearly. They definitely did not. They definitely did not have to. It was very unnecessary. Okay, just want to make sure I wasn't missing any. I guess I could just do, like, live twin. And then also evil twin. Oh yeah, that one. Alright. Whee! Sprite! There's no need to play Sprint and Twin. Does it matter? Yeah, it's gonna matter. I don't know where, I mean, I don't know. I understand the thought reasoning when people say consistency hits don't matter, but I fully disagree with that notion. I think sometimes what people mean, and I do agree with this, is that consistency hits are sometimes not enough alone to curb a deck. And that I agree with, but to say consistency hits as a whole do absolutely nothing is incredibly disingenuous, I think. It's one thing to not like them, but to try to argue they do nothing is just like, it's just not true. It's just factually not true. Let's see. We'll throw in some staples now. If you open 4 cats, you... That's true, if you open them all. You're kind of boned. Who says that, though? I see a lot of TCG players saying that. Well, a lot of TCG players say... I mean, just... Not just TCG, but, like, players in general will say that, like, consistency hits are bad because it just makes the thing happen less often. And then when it happens, it feels worse. And I'm not denying or saying it's invalid that it feels worse when the thing that is less likely to happen happens anyway. But I do think it is a very emotional reaction that ignores that, like, the thing is going to happen less often. That's, like, the point of it. And again, you know, so, like, when Sekai Ashen Wanted went to 2, and that was, like, the only hit to Snake Eye, then, yeah, that's a consistency hit that I understand the frustration of. Because that is a deck that needed to be impacted more than just having its stuff, like, open your stuff a little bit less often, right? But, like, sometimes, like, okay, for Branded, for example, when like Aliber went to 2 and opening went to 2, I think that was fine. Because I don't think Branded was so powerful that it needed to be like nerfed or gutted. But I do think it needed to be reined in just a little bit. And having those cards be opened just a little bit less often, I think was a fine reaction to Branded's power level relative to the format, right? Just ban OSS? You don't have to ban OSS. Ash is at 1 and that's fine. Why did they semi-limit if it doesn't do anything? But it doesn't do nothing. Like, you are going to open per Lily, like, slightly less often, and, like, that was the intent. Like, again, to say that it does nothing is, like, disingenuous. Like, I'm not disingenuous. I can't assume your intentions. But, like, it's just not an accurate statement. Like, even if the impact is to open a card some percent of the time less often, sometimes, like, 1, that's not nothing. 2, sometimes that is the intention, to only have that impact and nothing else. Like, that's another thing I see occasionally is, like, people will say, what's the point of semi-limiting a card? If you're going to hit a card on the list, you should limit or ban it. And I completely disagree with that. I think that consistency semi-limits are not the, like, they can be impactful, but I do think that also that they are oftentimes not the right call. I don't think per Lily going to 2 was the wrong call because it doesn't do anything. I think it was the wrong call because the deck does not need a minor consistency hit. Shouldn't they have hit the link instead? Which link? Super Heavy Samurai, all they did was consistency hits and it worked. Yeah, agreed, exactly. Soul Piercer to 1 ended up being completely fine. Like, it is wild to me that there can be examples like that, like Super Heavy Samurai, where, like, yeah, Soul Piercer went to 1, and now, like, almost nobody plays the deck. Certainly the deck is not played pure very often at all. In fact, it's probably played as an engine more often than pure. That is a great example of a consistency hit absolutely doing something. Yeah, 100%. From the perspective of someone playing the deck, I would rather have a hit that forces a change in strategy rather than what you were doing before is still optimal but worse. That just depends on the deck. That 100% depends on the deck. Anyway, let's keep finishing this. Let's keep finishing this list here, shall we? But I think there's, again, this idea that, like, if a deck needs to get hit on the ban list, it needs to get hit hard. And I don't think that's always the case. I think there is room for, like, Rescue Ace is actually a pretty good example. Like, Airlifter and Perlily both went to 2. Perlily to 2, I don't think was warranted. Airlifter to 2, I'm actually pretty fine with, because, like, Rescue Ace is definitely, you know, one of the best decks in the format, but it's not oppressive. But it is still definitely up there and notably better than, like, certain other strategies. So I think in that case, yeah, reining it in just very, very slightly, making so you open Airlifter just a little bit less often, making so you overall have starters like maybe 8% less of the time. That's not at all the accurate number. I'm totally just pulling that number out of the ether. Don't take that as a factual statement, but, like, I think Rescue Ace right now in Master Duel is a good example of, like, yeah, you know, you open your starters a slight less percent amount of the time, and that's enough of a hit to the deck. Super Heavy Samurai is not dead. I don't think it is at all either. I definitely don't agree with that. I think it's, you know, still a perfectly fine deck. Rescue Ace did also lose the third bonfire as well, which, as we discussed before, is notably impactful because it means that they are, like, if you open Poplar, you know, that's definitely different than opening the bonfire. So many spaces left in this deck. I'll probably just put in droplets. Yeah, I'll probably just put in droplets. I already have pretty much all this other stuff, right? Yeah. Sometimes there is usually a supplementary card. That's a very case by case thing, I think. And actually, I don't think there is a lot of the time. Actually, like, you know, even if you think Ash to 1 is only a consistency hit, which it's not, it's definitely also a ceiling hit, but like, Ash and Wanted to 1, there's no clean replacement. Like, Where Art Thou is pretty bad, Small World is pretty bad, in Snake, those cards in Snake Eye in particular, I mean. Look at Super Heavy Samurai, Soul Piercer goes to 1, what do you sub in for that? There's not any card that accomplishes the same thing. Even going back to historical semi-limits or consistency hits, right? Like, opening Aliber, those going to 2, there's not really clean replacements, or there weren't at the time. When Sword Soul had Longyan go to 2, there wasn't a clean replacement. I think it's very case by case. Alright, what did I say I was going to put in? Oh, Droplets, that's right. Forbidden Droplet is actually quite good in this deck. Oh, I haven't put in Callby and Crossout. No wonder I have so much extra space. Okay. Oh, wait, I want the Glossy Droplet. I like this. Yeah, I like this a lot. Okay. Now for the rest of the extra deck. IP, SP, Unicorn, Goddess, Avermax. Am I gonna put in Avermax? Oh, Downward Zeus, yeah. And Mosquito. Yeah. That's how we'll fill out the extra. A little mosquito. There we go. I like this list. I like Twin Sprite. Werarf is fine if you build your deck around it. I disagree. I think Werarf that one Snake Eye is pretty bad, honestly. Like, maybe if you play Magician Souls, it's, like, fine, but, like, I'm not a fan of it. I think you just don't play, like, well, I mean, you can still play pure Snake Eye, but I don't think that's the card to sub in. I would rather play, like, Chicken Game, I think. If I was, like, really dedicated to pure Snake Eye, I would just craft 3 Chicken Game. We're trying Lullaby of Obedience recently, actually, and seeing how that goes. Yeah, alright. Saucy Senpai had... Oh, I think I saw that list too, like Twin Sprite with the Unchained engine. Saucy Senpai is always making the coolest Twin Sprite list. Always making those cool lists. I would consider them to be the authority on the deck as for deck building as far as I'm concerned. Let's see. Did you craft Obedience? No, I pulled it. I did not craft a single one. I own, I think, 4 copies? Yeah, I own 4. What else should we build? What are some other top tier decks we can... I would be down to play Fire King if I didn't have to spend so many URs to make more Ponyx and new Garunixes. I guess it'd only be 3, but still, that's too many. I don't know. This deck is cool. I like pure Fire King a lot. I just don't want to use more URs, honestly. Pearly we built, Rescue Ace we built. I'm still, like, not at all in the mood to play Branded Despia. Oh, yeah, we'll build Manadium next. Play 1 Abominable, 2 Rage, or 2 Yama, 1 Rage, 1 Abyss Actor Link 2. That sounds cool. Might have to look into that. Do I want to play Manadium, or do I want to build Manadium next? It's not really a deck I'm, like, super enthused about, but I will, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't hate Manadium. I enjoy playing it. It's just kind of one of those, like, there's so many decks out there, you know? One of those cases of, like, just other stuff to play. Oh, wait, not that one. This one. Oh, I have a Glossy Abscission, too. Alright, Scareclaw stuff. Going in next. Small World and Cashier. I like Small World and Cashier. Like, if you're playing pure cash without any other engines, I almost feel like you have to play it. Well, I may not have to, but you need something to help your consistency out. I'll put in 2 of these for now, but I actually don't know how many of these I want to play moving forward. Does anyone else who plays Monodium feel like Samsara just never comes up? Like, this card reads so crazy on paper. Like, you read this and you feel like, or I felt like it was gonna, like, revolutionize how Monodium was played. But in practice, it doesn't really do anything a lot of the time. It's like it's an extender, but sometimes it's not even, like, the best extender you could have. I don't know. Is there anything else? Probably not, no. Okay, so is there anything else engine-wise I'm forgetting is what I'm trying to figure out. Oh, Rhoda. Perla Rhino. Rhoda and Perla Rhino, okay. Samsara would be great if it was more searchable. That's true. You don't really have any way of searching this, do you? You kind of just have to open it. Ooh, let's see. What? Oh yeah, and Perla Rhino. That was the other one. There we go. Also, you know what someone pointed out I saw online yesterday? Is that, like, it's wild how many decks took pre-hits, but Snake Eye didn't at all. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, why didn't they pre-hit any of the Snake Eye cards? Like, they pre-hit, like, almost every other, like, you know, super meta-relevant deck before it came out. Tearlament, Super Heavy Samurai took pre-hit. Didn't they take pre-hits? I actually don't remember about Super Heavy Samurai. Adventure did. You know, there's a lot of examples. Cash, that was the other one I was trying to think of. That was big. Last free hit was that really? I guess it was that long ago, wasn't it? Hype up physical release? I guess, yeah. Maybe that was it. I don't know, I'm still, like, coping that the reason they put Promethean Princess in Master Duel so early was to, ban it sooner rather than later, but I guess we'll see if that ends up happening. I think this is literally the exact same Monodium list I ended up on, last season, but that's fine. I see that's the other thing, too, about, like, completely dismantling, or not dismantling, we're not doing that, but completely, like, deleting a deck and rebuilding it from scratch. Like, you might think, like, oh, but, you know, if you end up on the exact same build, isn't that a waste of time? I mean, debatably, yeah, but I'm fine ending up on literally the exact same build in cases like this, because it just means that the build I have is solid, and I feel like it is still solid, so. Soulbreaker armor. Oh, yeah, to stop the FTK. That was the Super Heavy Samurai. Right. That was the pre-hit I was thinking of. Yeah, extra deck is all the typical stuff. Nothing too wilder out there. Cross Sheep. Oh, Synchros, Dispater. Excel, Baron. Why am I blanking? I literally just looked at this. Oh yeah, Crimson Dragon, Astrolauds, I never put those in. Apo, SP, Apo, and where's SP? There you are. Oops. And, geez, why am I blanking on this extra deck so much? I literally just looked at it. Crimson Dragon, and I guess Chaos Angel, maybe? Wasn't there something else I was forgetting? Baron's in there, those are in there, those are in there. Apo. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? Let me look at my last deck profile, actually. Or no, I don't have to do that. I could go to Untapped and look at my own stats. Here we go, Monadium. Oh, I did have Chaos Angel in there. Oh, I played IP. That was the other card as well. Not Angeler. Can you make 12 Synchro easily in Monadium? Easily enough, yeah. Usually with, like, a Meek that's been summoned by its own effect, so its level is bumped up to 4, plus Vicious Astrolaud is usually the easiest way to do it. I guess I could just play IP anyway. But what else? Was there something else on this list that was above IP? Oh, it was Shengyang. Do you need to play Chaos Angel and Shengyang, though? Oh, Elf is higher up there, too. When would you play Elf without... Like, what line would you make Elf and not IP, though? I guess just to give your stuff target protection? Maybe I'll try it out. See how often it comes up. Just do some experimentation. I have 2 light hearts, right? Yeah, alright. Okay. Boop. And you, and you, and you, and you. There we go. Okay, next up, what's something that I'm really excited... Oh, you know what? Horus Naturia. I want to put that list together. Because I really like this deck. I think this deck is a lot of fun. I also like that I have one of each rarity of Sacred Tree. It's very aesthetically pleasing. Mathmech, that's right. We haven't put together a Mathmech yet. We'll do that too. Slot in the Centurion engine. Horus Centurion Naturia. What Centurion cards would you play in the engine? Because, like, when I was reading the Centurion cards, one of the main things I was trying to figure out is, like, isn't this deck just a worse Horus Naturia? Like, isn't Horus Naturia just better at making level 12s than Centurion is? Maybe better is not the right word. Maybe it is the right word, though. I don't know. I usually land on something like this for Horus Naturia. You don't have to play the Black Flame Deity, but I like this card. I think it comes up a decent amount of the time. This card is really, really good against SP. Especially, oh my god, especially if SP is their only monster. Because if they go SP to banish your Kingsark, which happens a lot, then, and this card is in your hand, you can wipe their field. If they have multiple monsters, including SP, they can tag out and save their monsters, but then they still have an open board for you to potentially swing into. But if SP is their only card, then it just sends the SP to the graveyard. I think Black Flame Deity is pretty good. But the only Horus decks I would play Black Flame Deity in are ones where I'm playing, like, all 3 of the field spells, right? Or, like, 3 of the field spell, rather. But it's very cuttable. Actually, I've heard people say that Kebesnif is also pretty cuttable. Because, like, to do your combo line, you only need 3 Horus names in order to summon out, like, all the synchros you need to. However, I like having the 4th Horus name because of Zombie Vamp. Alright, for Synchro 12s, we play Quasar and Nova and Musarao. I'll probably put in Final Sigma, but I'm going to hold off for a second because I never make this card. Like, I always just make the Brave Musaro because you're going to end up discarding so many cards to Kingstark on turn 1 just to set up your board that I just always go into this to refill my hand. So I don't know, like Final Sigma, again, I might end up putting in, but I never summon this card. Centurion Engine is also small if you want it to be. 1 to 12, I think a Spell Trapper starter. Interesting. I mean, I'm definitely willing to try them out, for sure. Let's also look at rank 8s. Yeah, we definitely play that. We definitely play that. We definitely play that. I'm willing to play this after realizing that, like, your Horus monsters won't be destroyed. I'm willing to try this out, for sure. And more Horus decks. I think we always play Zeus. We always play SP. This deck's win rate was actually a lot higher earlier on in the season. Sad to see it so low. Oh, Baron. Wait, how do you make Baron in this deck? Ding. I've still not crafted a Dingirsu yet. It's a good rank 8, though. IP, I can see us playing IP, yeah. IP Goddess. I don't think Giant Trainer is worth it in this deck. I really don't. Alright, how do you make Baron again? 4 plus 6? Or like 4 plus 2? I don't know. Oh, excuse me. We don't play any 7s, though. It's weird that Baron is played so highly when it just... I don't really see how you make it. Maybe Stinkbug? Gams? Oh, this would be a good deck for Gamma, yeah. If you play Gamma, you can mill it for Zombie Vamp and then Baron. Oh! Yeah. You know what? Here. Actually, let's take our Cross out as well for a sec here. Actually, do I have him saved? Yeah. And then maybe, like, a couple of Imperms. Maybe something like that. And then we could go... Baron... Omega as well, for sure. And what else did I say? IP Goddess. Stardust Excel? I mean, the only way we're singing for 8 consistently is with Gamma Driver. I don't think we need to play Stardust Excel. I think Omega is good enough for 8. Barkion is actually really cuttable in this extra deck. Because the only way you can make it is Camellia plus Sunflower or Maxi. Excuse me. And it's like really situational. Like, I think Lab is like the only matchup where I can see myself going out of my way to make Barkion. Or maybe like Paleo or something. But I am missing the 12 enabler, you're right. I didn't put in the most important 12. Oh, I also didn't put in Synchro Rumble either. Okay, you know what? Maybe... I'm willing to go above 40, I think. You know what? And then we can play... Oh, do I not have a glossy one of these? I do. Okay, I was going to say. Barkham has a stop big welcome in the yard. That is true. Go up to 42, because we don't want to draw a driver. We don't want to draw Synchro Rumble. Debatably don't want to draw some of these Horus names, although the Horus names are not awful to open with if you have Imseti or the field spell, because then you have a good card to pitch with Imseti, but... Okay. Oh, 16. So we have to take a card out of the extra deck. I mean, we could just take out the Grunix Eternity. Or we could take out Barkion. Foolish Goods. For the tree. We could play it. I usually don't, though, honestly. Is it actually time to take out the Black Flame Deity? Oh, it might be. As much as I like this card, it is pretty cuttable. I do think Foolish Goods is probably better than it. I like this card a lot, but yeah. Yeah, I think that is better. And then for the card we're cutting from the extra deck, it's kind of between Barkion and Grunix Eternity. We could also cut both and play Final Sigma. But again, I really don't think you need it. Like, I never made that card, ever. I think the Grunix Eternity is the better card between the two. I honestly think we cut Barkion here. That looks weird, but I think it's right. So maybe something like this? I like this, I think. Yeah, I like this. We have 3 Imperms still. We have Gammas. Yeah, I like this. I actually like this quite a bit. Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that. Let's build Mathmech too, for sure. Before I forget what deck we're going to work on next. Beep. And you. All right. Not 2. Really need 1. Alright, that's all the Mathmech cards. Small Worlds, yeah, we'll play those. Parallel, Exceed, Dot, Scaper. We can just Link. Where is it? Cybers. Heat Soul. Splash Mage. Is this glossy? Yeah, Update Jammer. Access Code. Transcode. Have you ever played Link Slayer? I haven't, but I've seen... Is that the... No, I'm thinking of VLAN Hydra. What's Link Slayer? Control monsters, you can special this card from your hand. This turn you can discard up to 2 cards and target that many spell trap cards in the field, destroy them. I mean, it seemed like a fine going second card. But I'm not the most sold on it, I don't think. I cannot think today. What else goes in this, What the heck else goes in this Mathmech deck? What engine am I forgetting? Actually, not as much as I thought. Oh, D-Save Worm. That was the card. I was like, there's another type of extra card that goes in here, and I couldn't remember what it was off the top of my head. It's D-Save Worm. It's a Small World Bridge. I don't really find myself having problems with bridging Small World in this deck. A lot of the time. Let's put in Staples real quick. I guess for Max C, that's like the biggest issue with Small World Bridges a lot of the time. But, Yeah, most of the time it's not really that much of a problem for me. Just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything engine-wise. I don't believe I am. I'm still, you know, I've tried the microcarder Cynet conflict every now and then in the past. I've never really been a fan of it. Okay, it's not that I've never been a fan of it at all. I just think there's usually better stuff you can be doing. Like, it's only really good on turn 1. And even then, it's like, I don't know, it's not like the most situational, but it is a little bit. I also just kind of prefer to go for the singularity. I think this card is really, really good. Playing Pure, adding Mister. We're building Pure. A Lingeribo, G-Golem, D-Save Worm. What else did I say? D-Save Worm? Almirage, yep, that's pretty important. Oh, second Splash Mage, that's also very important. And then what's the last extra deck card I'm forgetting? LSS 1679, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well. Oh, Link Decoder, that's what it is. Yeah, Ad Ignister is a really cool deck. It's a very good deck, too. It's a very good deck. Alright, let's put on the accessories for this one. The Wanted card sleeve actually looks a lot better than I thought it would. I like it quite a bit. Second Splash over Mirror Logic? Yeah, I think so. The second Splash has just like come up so often. Not only in times where I've played it, but in times where I've not played it. Because here's the thing, right? If your opponent interrupts your turn, if you only play one Splash Mage, and your opponent interrupts your turn 1 combo line, after you make Splash Mage, but before you make Transcode Talker, it's actually really, really hard to come back after that. Because you have, the only really way to come back after that is to make Transcode with 3 monsters. And, yeah, especially if you're on a comeback play, that's not easy to do. There have been multiple games where I've lost for that exact reason. Because, again, I got, like, nibbed or just, again, disrupted somehow after I made Splash Mage, but before I made this, and then I just could not come back after that. So I do think it's very important. I'll just do something like that. The Mirror Logic Aggregator is nice, but it's not very necessary. Like, if you have... Basically, if you've already set up your board and opened that well and gone uninterrupted, then you probably don't need that situational negate. And that's the other thing about Mirror Logic's negate, is it is really situational, because the negate actually fires on not the current chain link, but the one afterward. So it can be a little tricky to time. Not that it's like impossible to, or that Mirror Logic is bad. I'm not saying that at all, but I think second Splash Mage is like definitely better, in my experience, for sure. Tier? Yeah, we can make tier. I'll put in 1 Grief for now, but I might put in more. I'll play a Heartbeat for sure. Meta Noise I'll play. Celiac I'll play. I always have this debate whenever I build tier limit. Do I want to craft Winda? Because Because I've still never crafted this card. I've never made a window before, but it is... I think it is probably just optimal in tier limit. I mean, if we look at, again, as we've been doing all this time, the numbers. I mean, 57% is still not, like, a whole lot, but, I mean, I do still think it is good. I guess another big question I want to ask myself is, do I want to keep playing Horus tier limit or not? I kind of don't have a definitive answer to that just yet. Okay, let's put in other stuff we know is going in. Trivia Karma, Snow. Winda isn't necessary. I have it because I like the Beast and Hollow in the main. See, I think that's quite good, and I don't know. I don't think it's necessary by any means, not at all. But I do think it is probably optimal. Oh yeah, Foolish and Foolish Goods. Well, actually, Foolish Barrel, do we even play? Yeah, we play it. Yeah, 64% of the time. Let me put in other stuff that I know this deck wants, you know. Like Foolishes, Destrudo, Ishizu stuff. I'm probably not going to craft it again, if I'm being honest with myself. Because, like, I've said this before recently, too. If I had crafted Window when, like, Tier Limit very first came out, it would have been very worth it. But, like, I feel like it's reverse sunk cost fallacy for me, where, like, the longer I choose not to play it, the less worth it becomes to play it, if that makes any sense. Or do I just sound like a crazy person? Or is it both? It might be both. It's probably both. Rhoda, that was the other one. Five more slots. Like the Rev build. I like the Rev build too. But I kind of want to just try good old-fashioned pure elements this season. So we can play like Supreme Seamare. God, I feel like if I'm going to do that though, I really should just be crafting this window. Trick Clown. Is there really a point to playing Trick Clown if you're not on like synchro stuff though? Oh, you can still make a rank 4 with it, yeah. It's kind of like a Snow if you're only interested in the body. I mean, it's obviously way different than that, but you know what I mean. I like the Rev build too. I do. I kind of need to fill out the rest of this main deck. If I was going to play Window, then yeah, I could just slot in Beast and Hollow. Okay, so these are definitely in the deck. Like, all this tier limit stuff is. Including the third Scream. Thank you, Phoenix, or Foxnix, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, like, if I owned a Window, I'd probably just jam in 2 Supreme Seamare, Beast, and Hollow. I mean, we just jam in the Supreme Seamare anyway. Maybe I could just play triple tax, just because I like it. I only like Pure for more super poly targets or more Xyz monsters. Yeah, I think the super poly targets is one of the best reasons to play Pure. I agree with that. Yeah, okay. So the rest of the extra deck is pretty... I think I actually have super poly targets saved over here. I think Pep is very good. Where are my fusions? Here they are. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh wait, not that one. And then... Do I have Redoer? I guess I don't. Got a replay redeem from Blizzard. Example of pure tier versus Horus tier. Yeah, we'll check out the list for sure. Let's do that right now. Doing some insane stuff with Rev Synchron. Y'all are convincing me. Maybe I should just throw Rev Synchron back in. As much as I would like to try Pure Limit. Again, it's like without Winda. But let's check out Blizzard's replay. Alright, so here's Rev Synchrons. Got the Beast, we're on Winda too. I do like the Synchros. I like being able to go into this line in particular. Of course, there's Redoer, Dugaris. Alright, let's see how this game plays out here. So, it is a mirror match. Opponent's going to lead with Grief. We're chaining the Max C. They have a crossout 4-set Max C. Hey, what's up, Snon? Hope you're doing well. Alright, Rhino Heart coming down and then getting sent. Rhino Heart, I was going to say, probably just going to activate here. Especially pitching a Soliac, that's pretty good. Rhino Heart and Soliac both activating here. We definitely don't have any more disruption in hand, so everything our opponent does from here on out is going to go off uninterrupted. Let's see what all ends up happening here. Oh, fusing with a Tortoise in hand. Yeah, like, I was talking earlier about Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. I've never liked the idea of playing it in tier limit. I don't like the idea of that card in general. I mean, I understand that it is a good card, but, I don't know. It's adding so many bricks to your deck. It's a big old Horus tier pile. I saw the, yeah, there was the grass that went there, as well as the Havness, which is already activated. Oh, wow, Mally and a hero lives, too. Alright, Rainbow Bridge actually does come in for them here, getting the fields, or getting the Horus field spell as well as Tortoise. Rainbow Bridge was just Trevakarma before Trevakarma. It really was, although, as we just saw, it does let them add the Horus field spell now, too. Now I guess they have Wraith Soth as well. King Sark, pitching Meta Noise, sending him Seti. Once again, the field spell for Hoppy. So now we know their last card is the Fenrir they added, right? So, oh, they're on a lot of Horus names too. Because if they're on Kibesnif, they're definitely on Dumatef as well. Making the IP, linking off the Kibesnif and Dugaris next for Overt Anaconda. Wow. For Fusion Destiny. Really a DPE package. In the year of our Lord 2024. Nah, DPE is still a fine card. The sideboard's, like, not bad. I think it could be a little better, but it's not bad. Supreme Seamare is actually, I think, a pretty good top deck for us here. Gonna Shiren F. They're immediately chaining IAP. To go into Apo. Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't like this. I see a lot of people using IP this way to go into Apo as soon as possible on the opponent's turn. And I think that's almost always a misplay, I'm not gonna lie. Wow, we milled two pretty good cards there. That was Beast and Shiren, I think? We also get to pitch the Scream for the Rhino Heart, which will also proc. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is beautiful. Get the draw. That's actually a pretty good draw. Fuse for... It's an okay draw. Fuse for the Kiklos. Rhino Hearts and the Havness. And then Scream for Soliac. Now we get the Havness F as well as the Kiklos F. Also very nice roll, Kiklos. Apo on the Kiklos effect. It's fine because we did chain block the Fuser here. We don't even really need that search right now anyway. Going for the big man himself, the Collida Hearts. Horse tier and Leg Experience goes for more of a bigger board with Gamba. Like this horse tier board is weak when I play against people who set up Exceeds 8 plus Baron plus tier stuff. Just very luck based, even more so than normal tier. That's a pretty accurate comparison, I think. I would agree with that. Kiklos, of course, for the tier cache. Get to proc multiple effects here, including the Collide Heart to put back their King Sark, which will greatly reduce the amount of follow-up they have. Again, we know their last card is Fenrir, which is actually not really as scary as it might sound, because if it's Fenrir by itself and tier cache is already in the graveyard, then yeah, it's like, what else are they even going to really do here, right? And we had Celiac as well as, of course, the Collide Heart. We had a ton of stuff to be able to follow up on, so thank you for that submission, Blizzard. I super appreciate that. That does actually kind of incline me more towards Rev Synchron. But I do still kind of want to try Pure Limit for the sake of trying it. Yeah, thanks for sharing. I super duper appreciate that. So, like, if we weren't going to play Rev Synchron, we'd probably fill out the extra deck with, like, Dugaris, Zeus. We could go over here and just go, like, look for IP and SP. And like Goddess. And, I mean, at that point, yeah, it's like, maybe a Baguska. Dweller, we could do Dweller. Something like that. So if I was not going to play Rev Synchrons, and also because, again, I don't own Winda, this is what my build would look like. If I were willing to craft Winda, the only difference would probably be drop Dweller for Winda, and then drop the triple tax for a couple of Shadal names, like Beast and, oh, Cross Sheep. Yeah, we need Cross Sheep. I actually kind of want to keep Underworld Goddess a little more than Dweller, I think. Good call. Thank you for reminding. One thing I always forget about Cross Sheep is that, like, because I always think, like, oh, if I want to special summon, I have to summon a fusion monster to a zone Cross Sheep points to. But no, you can, like, fusion summon, then link for Cross Sheep, then special summon, like, any other monster into Cross Sheep's other zone, and then you get the fusion effect. I always forget that about this card. I need to be really mindful of that moving forward. For a while, I was running a Zodiac package before Rev Synchron release. Yeah, Zodiac package is not bad. I did that during Tier 0 format. I think it was Jesse Cotton who, like, popularized that. And, it was very good in that meta. I think it's still good in general, but I think there's a lot of other stuff. So, I guess the question here is, do I want to cut triple tax? You know what? I kind of want to just try this as it is. This season. Just good old Pure Elements. Bigger cash package and Pep. We are on Pep. Because this card is not that hard to make with, like, Destrudo. I can see it being on a bigger cash package, too. Definitely not. I mean, that's the thing about Tier Limit, right? There's so many ways to play it. And, like, it's one of those decks where, like, there's not only a bunch of, like, variations on it, but, like, while I do think Pure Limit probably with Winda is probably like one of the best ways to play it, like, it's not by that much, right? Like, it's not so much of a margin that that like one build is like so clearly above all the rest of them, right? Bistuar Loves Me got a Royal on MD, Prismatic Duel Links, and Ultimate IRL. That's awesome. Hell yeah. That sounds nice. Alright. Any other, like, upper tiered decks I want to work on? At the moment. Not especially. I might just play for a little bit then. Although I'm full on replays, aren't I? I could just play for fun. Wow, playing a game for fun. What a concept, right? Yeah, no, I'm full on replays. That's all good, though. I'm probably not going to play for very long, though, because I am getting a little hungry. Lab, Unchained, and Lab. I'm actually, you know what? I think I'll build Unchained before I finish off. Because I do want... I missed out on a deck profile for this past season, and I want to do another one for sure. Lab, I actually still, funnily enough, don't own rollbacks. I've still never crafted this card. And I don't know, for me, like, Lab and Branded are the two meta decks that I am not at all excited to play. I don't know what it is about those two decks. I think it's because they're, like, really grindy resource loop games. But, like, I've never enjoyed playing Branded or Lab. I don't find those decks fun. And I find the comments on videos whenever I make Branded to also be especially unfun. Because, like, Branded's a deck that I don't have a lot of experience with, and then whenever I posted a YouTube video, I would always preface it with, like, alright, this is my Branded build. Now, I'm not a Branded main, but this is what I came up with. And then the comments are always, like, I don't know, just really minor nitpicky about the gameplay, like, more so than other decks. So it's like, for me, Branded, and to a lesser extent Lab, but especially Branded, is like, I already don't have fun playing the deck, and comments on those videos in particular make it much less fun. You're missing like 75 cards. Inuyasha deck. I like Inuyasha. I haven't watched it actually in forever, but I enjoyed it when I was a kid. Unchained. It's actually been a hot minute since I've built an Unchained deck. But actually, let me just throw this over here so I can have it open. So Aruha, Abomination's Prison, play 3 of those. One of you. One of you. Oh, hang on, I have a glossy one. And where's the big guy? Here we go. Voiceless? That'd be nice if Voiceless came in. Oh, and the other trap card. Do you have all the URs? It might seem like it, but no, definitely not. I just, I don't dismantle a lot of stuff. Well, that's not necessarily true. I don't dismantle a lot of stuff that I have used in the past, like, period. Like, I was actually just thinking about this the other day. I was like, I still have all my Dragon Link stuff. Not Borreload, I meant Boral End. Like, Boral End, I still have this. I don't really have any plans to get rid of it. Even Levianir, I still own this. I have no plans to get rid of it. I just like hanging on to stuff. Even though I haven't played either of those cards in months. It's like, you never know. You never know if they'll come up again. You never know if I decide I want to try Dragon Link with them anyway, you know? So, I'm trying to think of other examples. God, I feel the hiccups coming on, which is very not good. I don't know if anybody else gets this. Does anyone else get, like, unreasonably frustrated when they have the hiccups? It's like, I feel like I can't concentrate on anything else. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like they're... I think that sip of water did it, but... It's like, if I have the hiccups, I have to stop literally everything I'm doing and just do everything in my power to, like, get rid of them. Because I can't concentrate. I hate being interrupted by my body just, like, lurching every 3 seconds, you know? M1 isn't even worth it. It kind of, like, I don't know, you know, I went just now to go play some M1, but then somebody was like, build Unchained. I'm like, yeah, let's just do that, because, like, I don't know, playing M1 does not really sound like fun to me right now. I gotta be real. Wait, hang on. Imperms? Am I putting those in yet? Yeah, I am. I have other stuff in. Tour guides are in, right? Yep, they're right there. Actually, tour guide is actually another fantastic example. I crafted these so long ago for Phantom Knight. Like, this was 2 years ago, like, back when Rongo was still legal. I crafted a playset of tour guide for Phantom Knight. But even after, you know, tour guide fell out of favor in that deck, I never dismantled them, because tour guide is one of those cards where, like, I knew it was going to come up again. I was like, there's going to be another deck that plays this card someday. Another one of those that I'm hanging on to is Rescue Cat. I still own a full playset of Rescue Cat. I've not played this card in like probably close to a year, but I'm not dismantling these because there's no shot this card's never going to be good again. Like, there's going to be another deck at some point that plays Rescue Ace. I know it to be the truth. Like, as long as this card is legal, it will be good at some point, so... Such a cool looking card, iconic. Royal Tour Guide, hell yeah. Okay, do I want to play the DDD package? How good is that in Unchained, actually? Like, I know that it is good, but, like, how good is it, you know? Referring to, of course, the Vice King Requiem plus the Dark Contracts to search it. Where is Vice King Requiem? This one. It's good for going second for Zeus. It's a 1.5 card combo. That is true. Plus, like, if I wasn't gonna play it, you know, what would I even put in? Prosperity? Veilers? Yeah, we'll play it. I'll actually still probably play Prosperity anyway. I kind of want to play Triple Tax. But there's not really anything else I want to take out. I don't know. I am not a fan of playing one single Triple Tack. I feel like 2 is the perfect number for this card. 1 makes it inconsistent, and 3 is too many. But I think 2 is like, mwah, just right. Thrust is insane and Enchained. Oh, because you actually have good trap cards to set. But, I mean, this is really the only normal spell we want. Right? I mean, I guess, yeah, setting the trap cards alone is probably pretty insane. I could see playing Thrust, but just take out other stuff. I think I'm just going to play Prosperity. If I wasn't on... Well, okay. What if I took out DD stuff for, like, Thrust and Triple Tack? I'll just keep it in here. But I can see how that would be good. Yeah, if you're on Thrust, then 1 talent is fine. Yeah, definitely. I should have added that clarification. If you're on Thrust, you can definitely get away with 1 talent, but otherwise I like playing 2. Win over 40 because you have bricks you don't want to draw. That is true. We don't want to draw Fiendish Rhino. We don't want to draw Vice King Requiem. That's already 2. I did say earlier that 2 was enough. Okay. But do I want to play... I think... Even though I do think it's enough, I think I'm just going to play 2 talents. Here's the thing. If I was willing to play a good board breaker to search, I would play Thrust. But I kind of don't want to add that board breaker. That might sound a little weird, but like... What am I trying to say here? I think that I would want to play a board breaker to play Thrust, but I don't think that I want to play a board breaker in this deck. Shayama and Sarama, those are also not good draws, that's fair. Three Veiler or Droll. I don't want to go that far above 40. I don't think Droll's very good right now. I mean, I don't think it's bad, but it's not a card I would go out of my way to play in this meta. Oops. I'll throw in a Maki next as well. I say as if it's not, like, often played in Unchained. And then... Muckraker. And... Goddess. And SP. And Nightmare Unicorn. And it looks like the last spot is kind of a toss-up between Stone King Darius Nightmare Griffin, access code APO. What does Darius do again? It's just a rank 3 DD, right? Is it just a way to get into Zeus, pretty much? Oh no, it's a way to get into the Vice King Requiem. Because you can put this on any DD, right? Another red dog, huh? Oh, oh, you mean another one of these? I don't think we need 2 of those, do we? Okay, I guess some builds play 2. Let me look at Master Duel meta. Oh, here's something kind of interesting. The official in-game card usage thing updated. Okay, these numbers are effectively the same. Call by, it's effectively the same. Little Knights played a little more often. Imperm's effectively the same. Nibs, pretty much the same. Crossout's pretty much the same. IP's pretty much the same. Baron de Fleur play rate has increased by quite a bit. Wonder why that's the case. Valor sees less play. Actually, nothing's really changed that drastically, has it? I thought this was going to be more interesting to look at, but it's kind of not. Promethean Princess, that's a decrease. King Sark. Looks like Horus stuff in general is seeing an increase in play. Nothing really that drastic, though, all around. Yeah, nothing really significant change there. Kenny's got a replay submission. We will definitely watch that. I want to finish this Unchained deck real quick, and then we'll watch that. Might call the stream after that, too. What was it like? Oh, the extra deck. Darius. Yeah, I guess we'll just play Darius. Horse in 6 out of 10 games, I swear. That's a pretty popular engine. It's pretty generic. You can slot it into a decent amount of stuff. Take care, Examine. I hope you have a good night. I don't really encounter Horus that often at all, honestly. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I encounter it about the rate that I would expect to. Maybe like... I don't know, something like 20% of games has a Horus monster in it or something. 1 in 5. I mean, not obviously literally, but just, you know what I mean. Blue dog, sure. Doggy, doggy, doggy. Horus is every fucking deck, I swear. It can feel like that a lot of the time, for sure. Alright. Oldest replay, 6 turns. And we are on lab. Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay, opponent's going to be taking the first move. Pushing the lab agenda, hell yeah. Alright, Snake Eye. Opponent's on some amount of Snake Eye. Normal summoning Ash for Poplar. Likely Fire King, but could still be Pure. Or another variant entirely. Poplar adding Original Sin. Probably going to be Fire King then. Sometimes you can tell what Snake Eye variant you're on based on what they add. And like how, like what order they do things in. Like if that Poplar had grabbed Temple, it would have been Pure 100%. Oh, this is interesting. Wait, they're going for Flamberge first. Okay. And then they're using Flamberge to put Poplar in the spell trap. That's a little weird. Okay. Here we nib them. Oh, they're doing the anti-nib line. I see, I see. I don't usually do anti-nib lines in most decks I play, actually. Unless the line is, like, not significantly different. But I see all these, like, you can do the anti-nib combo and your board is like half as good as it would normally be. And I'm like, I don't feel like I encounter a nib that often. I think Salamangreat is the biggest example of that. Like, the difference between playing around nib and not in Salamangreat is like, if you play around nib, you end on Raging Phoenix plus the Omni. But if you don't play around nib, you get 2 board wipes in addition to that, which is like insane. It's insane to the point where I wonder why anyone would bother playing around. I don't know, okay, I shouldn't phrase it like that. On turn 1, going in blind, I don't see why you would play the anti-nib line for Salamangreat when you could do the regular line. For Fire King Snake Eye, I'm not that familiar with this anti-nib line. I mean, clearly it is still getting them there. You know, we just see nib in the top 60, 40%. I'm not saying nib isn't played often, but it's like, it's a one-of. Like, if you're not getting max seed, how often are you really expecting to get Nibiru, right? Turn 1's the Atlantis line from the opponent. This is interesting. Because if you get nibbed, you lose. I mean, yeah, but like on ranked ladder, I think whatever, that's fine. Like, you know, in a tournament, okay, so like in tournament play, I would be more inclined to try an anti-nib line where every single game matters. But in ranked ladder, where it's just like, if I lose, oh well, we just go to the next one. Like, why? I don't know. I don't see the value of playing around nib super hard. Especially, again, in a deck like Salad, where you sacrifice, like, so much inboard. Also, speaking of inboard, what the fuck? What is this? Why did our opponent Zealantis? Ads? Woof. I'll wait a little bit. Practicing on ladder for tournament play isn't bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're practicing for tournament play, then yeah, you should, of course, practice the play that you would want to do in the tournament. And again, in a tournament, I think anti-nib lines are a lot... I don't think they're invalid in general, but I think they are a lot more, like... Again, you can get away without it a lot more easily on ladder, but I don't think the practice is bad either. Back? Hell yeah. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you as well, Trust Funded. Okay, we're going to X-Trab for 6. Switch the nib to attack, get over this Zealantis here. Setting 3, and then passing back over to our opponent. Notably placing Imperm across from there at back row. Opponent's going to Island for the Flamberge in hand. Oh, that makes a little more... Wait. I wonder if they had Flamberge in hand that whole time. That would have made why they played the way they did make a little more sense, but... I'm mad they got nibs to do that wonky misplay and this was still 6 turns. If your opponent max sees you, you either win or win. You don't need nib. I entirely disagree with that. I completely disagree with that, actually. Especially if it's not turn 1. If it's not turn 1 and my opponent is on nib, like if I have the ability to battle, I'm always going to play into max C. Because, I mean, obviously it depends deck to deck, I suppose, but... Generally, I'm going to play into max C. Again, especially if I know you're not on nib and I have the battle phase, like, I'm just going to go for lethal, yeah. Oh, wow, they have the Arvada for the Dragolier, and, oh my god, we can Imperm across from their Imperm. Holy chain links! Alright. Let me see this chain link again. So, it was... Holy shit, so Island for Flamberge, then that activated. Then Big Welcome, Reveal Dragolier, then Dragolier. Oh no, wait, that was actually the last chain link. This is the current one. Alright, Garunix F, then Poplar, then Ash, then Lovely, then Dragolier, then Arvata on Dragolier, then Imperm on Lovely, then our Imperm on Garunix across from their Imperm, and then now cross out on our Imperm across from their Imperm on their Garunix. We do love high chain links. It was always funny during Tier 0 format, during the MCS games, when people would just cheer to see how high the chain link could get between the tier limit decks. Like, can we hit the double-digit chain link? Alright, so we got the Poplar, the Ponix is coming down. Alright. Poplar F into the Spell Trap, Kieran for the Garunic summon, popping our Welcome Lab, Raging Phoenix bringing itself back. Alright, Ponix F for the Skyburn here. Gonna Subversion our Lovely. We're gonna Transaction Rollback in response for the, I was gonna say the big welcome, I assume. They're chaining Skyburn to clear our board. And we get to Lady. That's a very nice Royal Lady, by the way. Bouncing the Lady back. Now we get the Ariana search. And we can still nib them, too. This was also nice because now the Princess effect is going off before we nib. Which is also pretty good. Okay, they're bringing back Flamberge. And here it is. And we get the Stovey. Oh, we're doing this! Yeah, so by pitching the nib with the Stovey, we get to wipe their board and not give them a token. Because, and some people watching may not know this, but nib says you can tribute as many face a monster on the field as possible. And if you do, special summon this card from your hand. Then, special summon one Primal Being token. So, basically, nib is resolving as much as it can, despite not being in the hand anymore, right? Because it also specifically says, special summon this card from your hand. So, the effect of nib resolves, right? We start by tributing all the monsters. Then it checks if nib's in hand to be able to be special summoned. It's not. But because of the word then, you have to special summon the nib to then special summon the token. So, by pitching the nib for the stove, we don't summon the nib, and they don't get the token. Especially when they chain Maxi to nib, hell yeah. Oh my god, that's gotta be so satisfying. Alright, we got the Lady and the Ariane. Also going to use the big welcome F as they go to try to Promethean Princess. But Promethean Princess is going to come back anyway, because this card is stupidly overtuned and way too powerful. Things I've been saying about Princess a lot this week. Oh my god, speaking of chain links. Alright. They get their new Garunix, they get the Raging Phoenix. We get to set the Welcome Lab, special back the Stovey, add back Dragolier, and then Ice Dragon's Prison. Oh, the draw, right. Arvata popping the Ariane, that's fine. New Garunix is a little much. I don't think the card needs to get hit, but it's very, very good. Like, that's the thing. I think that Fire King Pure is probably like a tier 3 archetype. Like, it's very good. But I do maintain that Promethean Princess is the way to go. I was confused for a second because I was like, wait, Sanctuary only protects when they destroy. But they're not using that effect. They're using the, Also, that's not an activated effect anyway. They're using the activated Xyz Summon effect to go for Garunix Eternity. But wasn't this made... No, it was only made with Darks. Okay. Garunix Eternity F lets them bring back a whole bunch of stuff here because it had 2 materials. Oh, just Ulcanix and Arvada? Wait, huh? Why would you not bring back your Garunixes here? Why would you bring back these 2? Maybe they want to go for a rank 4? Huh? I feel like, wouldn't you always want to bring back the biggest stuff? Or maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll see what they do. Fire King Pure, I'd say, is better than Tier 3. Not sure how much better, but definitely better than that. I don't know. Is it as good as... So, like, when you think about Tier 2, like, is Pure Fire King as good as decks like Pearly, Tear Lament? I don't think it's as good as those. Is it as good as Math Mech? Closer, but I still don't think it is. I think Pure Fire King is, like, upper Tier 3. So, Ice Dragon's Prison, gonna chain Lady to their Max C. Oh, that is a Fiend, isn't it? That is kind of funny. That's actually pretty good. Alright, so Dark and Arvada going for... Is this another Promethean, right? Because we just got, yeah, second Promethean. I'm telling you, that second Promethean, it's good. It's very good in Fire King Snake Eye. Pure Fire King is fair, circular is not. I mean, fair is such a subjective word. That's why I prefer to think of it as, like, power relative to the format. Is circular overpowered in the current format? No, not at all. I don't think so. I think circular was overtuned for some time. Like, a little bit stronger than the rest of the format. But I think that the rest of Yu-Gi-Oh! Has caught up to Math Mech Circular. I don't think that card is ridiculously OP anymore, but... Thank you for that replay, Kenny. Super appreciated. Just always good to see some good lab gameplay. Because you're not... Cause I don't know how to play this fucking deck. You're not going to see it from me. So... Thoughts on limiting furniture for lab? Yeah, why not? I don't know. I mean... I was talking earlier about how minor consistency hits, like... kind of make sense sometimes. They kind of make sense for lab. Like, lab is not so strong that it needs to get, like, curbed hard. But, like... Yeah, I mean, I could see it, like, maybe needing just a little minor consistency bump down. I think you could bring the furniture back to 3 and it would probably just be fine, though. Got another replay. We'll go ahead and check that out here from Rusk. Let's see what we have here. Just so we can pitch stuff more. Not even for consistency. Hell yeah. Ooh, we got Blackwing gameplay here. And it looks like our opponent is starting us off. Wow, what a hand! This is the kind of hand I would open, opening 3 of your 3 of. Sudri at all copies in hand. This hand's actually not bad overall, though. Like, we also have Lubellion and Small World. I mean, going second without hand traps is not that great, but opening 3 of a kind here. Furniture being semi would unironically make rollback worse in lab. Oh, that's interesting. Why is that? Again, me just not knowing the archetype very well. I don't... Is it because... Actually, why would that be? Wouldn't you be able to pitch rollback in hand more often? Oh, you can't pitch it as much. Is it because you open more copies of furniture and don't open rollback as often? Discard ratios. Got it. That makes sense. See, that was me being level 1 brain. I was using level 1 thinking there. Like, but more furniture means more discards. But I gotta think a step beyond that. Level 2 thinking is acknowledging the ratios. So I appreciate y'all educating me. Wait, did I read the wrong comment? Anyway, looks like our opponent here has ended on Mirror Jade, but not honestly, like... Oh, okay, they have the Retribution down, too. Okay. So that's, like, not too bad as far as branded turn 1 boards go. It could have been a lot scarier, I think. Did you read it as them being unlimited? Well, wait, didn't you say... Hang on. I thought you said... Furniture being semi-limited automatically... I thought we were talking about furniture going back to 3. And then you said furniture being semi-limited unironically makes rollback a lot worse. Yeah. And then I don't know. Anyway. Alright, let's watch this replay here. We got the Sea Moon. Wait, did we top deck that? I wasn't paying attention. We did top deck that. That's good. That's good. Alright, so Mirror Jade is going to banish our Sea Moon, but that's completely fine. We definitely don't need that to combo off. From what I remember, it's been a minute since I've played Blackwing. I've only done one Blackwing deck profile, but it's a fun deck. Got the Black Feather Whirlwind, as well as the Vada. What is going to Retribution on the Druma Swarm. That's so fine. I think our opponent did not play their Disruption very well. That's something I want to make a YouTube video about, but much like Hand Trap, you know, and when to use those, it's kind of hard to know how to structure a video like that. But one skill that I think Yu-Gi-Oh players consistently undervalue is like using the negates that they make on turn 1 on the opponent's turn. Like everyone just kind of assumes like, oh, my opponent set up, so they just like win here. But it's like there's so many times when people use Disruption in like a weird or wrong place that you can then come back. Like it's again, it's a skill that I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh players value like at all. But it is definitely an important one. Alright, Pater to bring back Sea Moon. Opponent's going to chain Rindbum. We can, of course, chain the other Pater effect because it's not once per chain. Well, I guess there are two different effects, too. Right, especially the Assault Synchron, syncing it with the Sea Moon that was brought back for 8. That's going to go for a Draco Berserker of the Tenyi. Rebellion also gets to come back here by sacking off the Dispater. Oh, and then Assault Synchron brings it back! That's so good! Oh. I love this little guy. That's such a good card. Alright, Draco Berserker and Mirror Jade both activate here. We get to battle into the board here. Alright, yeah, not quite lethal there, but thankfully the, I think it was the Etude of the Branded, right? No? What's protecting our Synchro monsters? Because the Mirror Jade definitely did not wipe the whole board there. I actually don't know what was protecting our Synchro monsters there. I assumed it was just going to be Etude, because that was the one card I didn't know. Oh, the Continuous Spell, really? Oh, I see. It's if a dark monster you control be destroyed. I thought it was if a Blackwing monster. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, branded in white. Gonna fuse the Albaz and Rindbrum in the yard to go for the Titaniclad here. Well, you don't see Titaniclad summoned as often as it is just sent to the graveyard. That's, not one you see every day. Looks like our opponent's also on the Edge Imp package. Normally the Edge Imp chain. Looks like this was all to get enough materials on the board to Guardian Chimera. Lab suffers from the same issue as dealing. Good players make the deck look broken so it gets hit / doesn't get unhit. Oh, that's gonna be it from them. Wow. Yeah, that use of the quick play, or the continuous spell. Yeah, I knew it had a protection effect, but I thought it was for Blackwing monsters only. But it's any dark monster. That's pretty good. Yeah, Blackwing. Ah, this makes me want to come back to Blackwing again. It's been a couple of seasons. Maybe I will. But in any case, thank you very much for that replay. And I did see that we have another one here from Chris Rowe, 1986. We'll go ahead and jump in on this one here. Alright. Chris Rowe, have I followed you yet? Nope, let's fix that. Alright, beautiful. For any dark synchro monster, hell yeah. Alright, so it looks like we're going to be on Mathmeg. Hell yeah, I love this deck. Mathmeg is cool. We're on the aggregator. We're on Link Revo, too. That's interesting. Alright, let's see what we got here. Ooh, you have a Royal Small World? Jealous. Battle ruling, want to see if you can figure out what it is. Yeah, we can take a look here. Opponent did nothing at all on turn 1. Wow. Okay, that's pretty good for us. Opponent's going to Ash our Small World. We have the cross out here. I might have let that go, but I could definitely, of course, see using the cross out here as well. Because multiplication plus addition should be enough to make plays. Although, to be fair, opening multiplication can sometimes be kind of awkward. Because it makes the Terahertz OTK. Oh, you have a Royal Circular. Jealous. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. It can sometimes make the Terahertz OTK a little bit more difficult to pull off. Alright, so Maxi coming down in response to the Cirque here. They're going to Imperm as well before we even summon anything. Wow. Bringing back the Sigma, and then we're going to link off Sigma and Cirque for the Update Jammer. Okay, Addition F on Update Jammer, linking for the transcode. Yeah, they're on 60 as well. Transcode F4, the Update Jammer. Chaining Havness. Okay. Special Havness. Oh, I saw that. Transaction Rollback, Kebesnif, and the Eradicator. Oh, I think I might know what's going to happen here. Oh, wait, we normal summon multiplication, too. Going for the access code. Getting all those effects. Putting access code at the end is also quite good. Update Jammer. Moving to battle. And then they're going to use transaction rollback. Yep, on the Imperm. I wondered if that's what was going to happen here. Oh, wait, huh? So what was the ruling there? Was it for, yeah, because they used the Imperm on it. But they didn't do it after, they didn't do it after the, what's it called? During the main phase, which I thought is when they were going to do it. The access code talker's attack go back to normal. Yeah, so the multiplication is what it was. What was the difference there? Because this card says its attack becomes doubled until the end phase of the turn. So, like, even if they had update, or even if Imperm had taken away the attack, it still... Well, that's the thing, right? It couldn't have taken away the attack because the monster's attack became double of what it was before. So, like... I don't know. I guess that's how that works. That is kind of interesting, though. Imperm negate buff if the monster buff itself. So, because the... So, like... But I guess it is kind of interesting to me that access code didn't go down to 7,600 attack points. That's what I would have expected to happen. Because the Imperm, I would think, would take away the attack buff of the access code. But is it because the multiplication doubled the current number, so the overall... So did it treat the overall buff as multiplications? Funny thing is that even if they negate access code's attack, it should still be 4,600 with 2 attacks is still GG. So yeah, that was interesting. I would have thought that it would have gone down to 7,600. If you would ask me, if you like written down that scenario and asked me to like say what I would have thought would have happened, yeah, I would have thought that access code would have gone into 7,600. But the Imperm definitely, yeah, does not stop the Update Jammer double attack because that's not access code's effect. There's a ruling about it for relative attack changed. This might just be one of those weird... Because, like, I feel like a lot of even things that seem like weird Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulings are, like, easy to intuit if you, like, really dive into the text and explore exactly how it's worded. But every now and then there is just kind of a ruling thing. We ran into that with, Fire King, where I didn't know that you couldn't use both effects, like, both Ponix and New Garunix effect, both from hand during the same chain link, even though they're both ifs. That's just like a ruling thing that we learned relatively recently. So I guess this is another kind of ruling thing here. Relative attack change. I kind of want to look into that more, but Huh, wow, that's very, the more you learn. I mean, this was a very good duel to show off for that, like, very kind of niche ruling thing. So thank you, Chris Rowe. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I would have thought it would have gone to 76, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is weird. We do have another replay here from Monstar, who I think I have you saved. But I don't remember. We'll just type in the number, and if not, I'll just add you. Alright, we got... I think, though, I am starting to get pretty hungry. I think this is going to be our last replay for the stream today. We'll go ahead and snooze that ad break for sure. Oh, I haven't followed you. Let's fix that. So, I will ask you kindly to please not submit any more replays. But you can always submit them on the next stream. Alright, second one from the bottom. Wait, second one from the bottom. 5-turn duel against Prime Tier in Master... Oh, I see. So, old but cute. Yeah, we'll take a look at it here for sure. Alright, let us see what we have here. Do you think Rescue Ace needs 2 Turbulence and 2 Preventer trying to save some UR? You could probably get away with one of each. 2 is very much optimal. You could probably get away with 1 Turbulence more than Preventer, I would guess. Oh my god. I don't miss you. I don't miss these cards at all. God. Immediately I see Agito and I'm like... Oh. In the wrong stream? Yeah, you're all good. No worries. You can always chat away here if you'd like to. Alright, so we got the Sarnier and the Druid Swarm. For the... And the... Wow, we have, yeah. Oh, they have their own Sarnier effect as well. Or our own Sarnier effect, rather. There's... Yeah, I saw her. Where is she? Merly. There she is. This card being level 2 just ends up making it way too good. Not even just because of Elf, but Sprend. And it's like, it's one thing to argue... Oh, there's another card I don't miss. It's one thing to argue for the banning of Elf. That I'm a little more, like, understanding of, but... Even with Elf gone, just still being able to Sprend for Merly with Kiklos and everything still legal would have been a little too good. Probably. We're gonna Purloin pop our Sarnier. Oh, we did already use the effect, the graveyard effect, so that makes sense. Adding Havness. Oh, there's another Havness. And then Redoer comes back. Ripping Evenly, just casually peeling that right off the top of our deck. That's pretty good. Alright, Lubellion coming back. Druid Swarm F on the Redoer. Redoer F going to Chain. 1 Turb, 2 Preventer works perfectly fine. That makes sense, yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Turbulence is the one you can get away with playing at 1 more often. I say get away, but, like, I have seen builds that are only on 1. Okay, Ash Blossoming our Battery Man Solar here. We have the call by for that, so that's pretty good. Actually, yeah, it doesn't look like we're even going to really rely on Evenly here. Ooh, they have the Crime for our call by. Yeah, call to buy, rather. That's a little less fine, although we can still make Colossus here. By cycling the Dark. And then we can turn the Solar, yeah, into Colossus. Oh, and then we're going to make Titan! Yeah. I always forget you can just go into that. Yeah. Titan battling over the Kiklos here. Setting 1, and then we get to Branded Beast for the Regained back. Very, very nice. Opponent now in top deck mode. I don't think they have too much in their yard, do they? Or they could just peel snow. You know, that works too. You know, it's funny looking back at old tier limit builds. Stuff like Diviner and King of the Swamp. It's still so debatable how much of this was actually good. I don't think King of the Swamp was good, though. Like... Before Fusion Grapha came out, I don't think King of the Swamp was good. Diviner was a little more understandable, but I kind of don't think this card was that great either in Tier 0 back in the day. King of the Swamp was never good. It's kind of baffling that card got limited, isn't it? Alright, so we're popping the Pearl Rhino here. Magnum Hut resolving. Oh, thank you for sharing those rulings on the Discord, Kenny. I like that it's Gaia in Mirror Wall. That's good. That's good. Alright, we got the Elf here that we're making, or they're making, rather, sorry. Elf bringing back the Diviner. Diviner F sending the Kel back. That's the indie ban list for you. It's nice of them to fix people's decks for them. It's not just an indie thing. TCG does it too. TCG just did it. With Baron and Borreload ban. They banned a Baron and Borreload, and then Snake Eye players were like, "Oh, hey, we can optimize our extra decks now." Or like, excuse me. Snake's moved to all Link extra decks, which I think is just optimal. So, Baron and Borreload didn't, yeah, that didn't curb Snake Eye, it just optimized their lists in the TCG. Best of 3 synchros are still crazy. I think I can see how they might be better. Well, I don't know if I can see how they'd be better in best of 3, because the thing that I don't like about the synchros, or didn't like about them, was that they're really only good if you, like, have Ash and Diabel. Like, if you open a starter plus extender and a don't go in, like, you go uninterrupted. Like, that's really where synchros are good. And, like, that's just too big of an ask. Like even before Ash and Wanted got limited, I was, like, transitioning out of playing synchros at all in pure Snake Eye, because the extra utility of those extra Link monsters is just so much more valuable. Best argument against Jet Synchron is expecting hand traps, so why play the win more cards. I agree. That's what I was getting at, basically, yeah. Ooh, we're making the vert for the Thunder Dragon fusion. That's pretty good. Getting to make another Titan here. Millers must stay banned. I agree. I 100% agree. Ishizu cards are fine at the number they're at now. 0 Millers and 1 of each Shuffler. That is about as good as you can hope. Yeah, I really don't think the Shufflers could even go to 2. I think that'd be too much. Alright, we got a couple of Bestials here. I don't even like Shufflers being in the game. Well, they're not anymore. Oh, excuse me. Oh, those hiccups. And there we go. Good stuff. Yeah, between the Shifters and the Bestials, we were, like, so ready. So ready for this matchup. Jeez. Oh, my God. All right, well, this is a good time to end off then. Thank you, by the way, Monstar, for that submission. Oh my God. I hate having the hiccups. All right. That is going to do it for this stream. Thanks, everyone, for coming by. Who's on? Who can we raid? Oh. Looks like Hasher is hosting a tourney right now. Oh yeah, Hasher is hosting, oh my God, a time travel tourney to the 2010 format. So let's go check that out and support Hasher being cool. Oh my God, a worm. Oh no, it's Evil Dragon and Nada. I just watched Worm beat Blackwing. Let's go watch it too. All right. So yeah, like I said, thanks everyone for coming by, and I will see you next time. Oh, God. I hope you have a good weekend. And, yeah. Bye.